Nathaniel, right here. Obviously, Fight Week's upon us here in Manchester. I think you're undefeated in England in the UFC. So I'm curious, like, how's Fight Week been? You know, preparation, featherweight in Manchester, all that.
It's always better when I'm in my own country. Obviously I don't have to travel too far. Home comforts, if you like. Obviously I am a few hours from home, so I am staying here in the hotel. But yeah, good. 145 is obviously a lot easier for me to make weight-wise. So, I'm healthy, I'm happy, and I just need to go in there Saturday night and do the job.
Does it feel more like fight night, even though you are fighting in the UK, like you do have to go to the fighter hotel and everything? Because we've talked to some fighters that even though they fight in their hometown, they still like to keep the routine of, fighter hotel and everything like that rather than sleeping in their own home.
I always prefer being in my own home. I'm just a home comfort guy. I like my family around me. Obviously, my dad's my coach, so I'm lucky to have him here with me at the hotel. But yeah, the UFC make everything easy for us. So, we've got the Institute now. We've got all of this stuff here. So, if you like, we're spoiled.
And obviously, you're fighting Daniel Pineda. He's obviously been in the UFC for quite a while, had a little bit of a break. They brought him back. So was he ever on your radar coming up, or did you just start thinking about him when they presented the name?
So I've seen the name only because he fought previous opponents that I've had. So I've, looked at his fights when studying other opponents. But yeah, as you say, he's been in the game for a very long time. He's very experienced. I think he fought Mike Brown back in UFC 1, 3 something, a long time ago. So, obviously I put respect on his name. He's been in the game for a very long time. So, good matchup, comes to fight. And yeah, I look forward to fighting him on Saturday night.
I don't think he's ever fought to a decision win. All of his victories have been by stoppage, most of them coming by submission. So what kind of fight are you expecting from him? Because even though, like, the losses he's had to, like, Andre Fili, I know that was a no contest, but he wasn't getting put away. He just kind of kept coming forward.
So, obviously, he's tough as old boots. He's a veteran. He's obviously a fighter. So, I know that I'm going to need to put him out to finish him. He's very tough. So, I expect him to be very durable. He, from what I see in his fights, looks like he gasses quite a lot. So, maybe that's why he's not winning the decisions as much, because he's more of a, if he can't get the stoppage straight away, he maybe deteriorates in the fights. So, I'm confident with my skill set that I'm going to go in there and do the job. And, yeah, I just need to put my money where my mouth is.
And then final one for me. I don't know if you saw, but the Association of Boxing Commission passed some new rules that on November 1st, they're going to allow 12 to 6 elbows, and they've redefined what a grounded opponent's going to be. I'm curious, what do you make of these new rule changes and them going into effect in November?
It's fine with me. Yeah, for the end of the day, we're fighting. I think grounded opponents a long time ago should have been both knees on the floor or your back on the floor. This all touching the floor and then coming off, I think it's too deceiving. It's just confusing your opponent, and it's not a downed opponent. If we was wrestling, I would need to take you down and put your back on the mat for it to count as a takedown. So yeah, I'm glad they just, yeah, it works for me. It means that I can do more in my skill set.
Is that frustrating when not every commission has the same rules for a grounded opponent? Some of them it's one hand, some of them it's two hands. It's like, does that go into like you choosing fights, or is it that complicated?
It doesn't really affect me too much, but it can be a little bit confusing, But obviously the UFC before always have the ref come and give us the rule breakdown, etc. So we always just before the fight will ask, but it would be nice to know exactly what we can do.
Nathaniel, like fighting on home soil, but we're fighting on US time zone, which is a bit of a weird one for all the Brits fighting on the card. Just wondered, what changes have you made in terms of making sure that you're going to be peaking on fight night? And obviously, having Brad fought at 204 in the middle of the night last time, I wondered what experiences he's been able to share with you from that to help prep you for this.
So me personally, I go to sleep quite late anyway. I'm usually going to bed at midnight, 12:30, that sort of thing on a normal day. So all I've done is just increased my time a little bit. I don't think I'm going to need to change my regime, if you like, to have a fight at 2:30. If someone knocked on my door saying that someone's robbing my car or something at night, I'm not going to have an issue getting awake. So the adrenaline rush, etc., that will all kick in for me. For someone like Tom Aspinall, it might be a lot worse because he's at 5 a.m. But yeah, for me, I just need to stay up a couple of more hours. And, I've done a few late night sessions just to test it out and see how I feel. And, I have no issues once the music's on and my coach has got the pads on. I'm good to go.
And you mentioned earlier about feeling much happier at 145 pounds. Just give us a sense of how much better it is to be able to just get in there with that extra 10 pounds on the frame and not have to make that really tough weight cut down to 35.
It just means I can have a life. You know, the cuts to 135, let's say that for the camp, 6 weeks of it, I'm miserable. If I fight 3 times a year, 6, 12, 18 weeks of the year, I'm not enjoying what I'm doing. You know, I'm not enjoying it at all. And that's the whole reason why I do this sport. Because, one, obviously it pays me very well, but it didn't for the first 10 years. So the enjoyment is what I do it for. When you start to take that away, why am I doing it? You know, I may as well go and get a job. So I thought instead of doing that, I'll go up a weight. You know, I don't have any issues in the gym with guys that are heavier than me. If anything, I probably struggle with the smaller guys. And, yeah, you know, I think the proof's in the pudding. I've had, in total, 5 fights at 145. I've only lost 1, which had nothing to do with weight. And I've got that speed advantage.
And last one from me. Obviously, it's a big night for UK MMA. 2 Brits in title fights at the top of the card. I just wonder what your thoughts were on those 2 fights and how you think Tom and Leon will perform in those 2 fights.
Call me biased, but I think they're both going to get the job done, and I think they're going to get it done in good fashion.
Great stuff. Thanks a lot.
Nathaniel down here. This is your first fight as a father.
Yes.
How's it? Congratulations, obviously,
Thank
but how does it feel going into fight week being a dad?
It feels good. You know, it feels more pressure because I don't feel like I'm fighting for me anymore. I feel like I'm fighting for my daughter. But what motivation to have behind me. You know, if I wasn't motivated enough as it is now, I'm definitely motivated. So, you know, my whole camp, I've had a new fire inside me. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to going in there on Saturday night and getting to showcase it.
And a lot of people say that it changes their outlook on fighting in general in terms of the duration of how long they want to compete. Has that been the case for you, or you not thought about that?
Yeah, so I've always said that I don't want to retire at a late age. You know, I would like to retire at a young age when I've got my health, because I don't want my daughter to see me punch drunk, if you like. I don't want my daughter to see me be a gatekeeper for young up-and-coming fighters. You know, when you've seen fighters in the past that are, you know, struggling to hang the gloves up and it just ruins the end of their career, I don't want that to be me. So, you know, obviously I need to fight to get paid. And that's why I've got businesses outside of fighting now, because I'm hoping that one day they'll be able to cover my finances, and then all I have to do is fight when I want to for the passion, you know, not for the paycheck. But yeah, you know, I always take my health very seriously, and now, you know, being a dad, it's even more important. You know, I've even got life insurance now. So, yeah, the perks of being a dad, right?
And final one for me. What did you make of Daniel's performance against Alex Caceres last?
So, you know, I watched the fight. It is a good fight. You know, obviously Alex Caceres won, but Alex is very tricky. Again, like I said earlier, I just see that Pineda fatigues a bit over time, and he does show that in the fights. You know, sometimes fighters can be fatiguing, but they've got the good poker face, And, yeah, you know, when he starts to fatigue, you can see it.
Nathaniel, you are one of the biggest favourites on the card. I think you're 1-3 on. He's 4-1 to get the win. I'm just wondering, is that how you see the fight? Do you feel like this is one you really should be getting the job done?
If I'm honest, I completely ignore that, because I actually like being the underdog. You know, I prefer that. When I fought Mohamed Naimov, everyone was looking past him, and I didn't like that on fight week. You know, it felt weird when people said, oh, you know, this is an easy fight for you. It's the UFC. There's no such thing as an easy fight. It's 4-ounce gloves, you know, so anyone can be dangerous on the night. So, yeah, you know, I'm going into this fight looking like I'm fighting Ilya Chapora for the belt, you know. But, yeah, I'm always confident in my skill set that regardless who I go up against, you know, I'm going to get the win.
And that last fight you mentioned there, Mohamed, obviously it didn't go your way. What changes from that fight to this fight in terms of the camp and the preparations doing? Does anything change?
No, not so much anything changed. When I watched the fight back, I realised how dirty he was being. You know, in the fight, I didn't really realise it. So after, you know, I shook his hand. But, nah, you know, when I watched the fight back, it pissed me off. And the one thing that I'm going to take away from it is I can make as many excuses as I like, but if I had finished the fight, I wouldn't need to argue whether the ref should have deducted a point or, you know, whether the judge has got it right, whatnot. So, yeah, for me now, it's about finishing these fights and making sure that it's all in my control.
Thanks, mate. Good luck.
Thank you.
Nathaniel, back here. Your daughter's gone through quite the fight for her life. How much has that inspired you going into this fight?
She's made it easy for me, mate. You know, whenever I feel like, oh, I don't want to go training or I don't want to diet down my weight, etc., I just look at her and what she's gone through, and it just toughens me up. So yeah, she's made me tougher. And when I see her just smiling and cracking on with life, it makes me realize how spoiled and whingy that we can be as human beings. And yeah, she's given me a positive outlook now and made me a better person.
And you've been very open about your OCD and your mental health. How important do you think it is for athletes to be open about their mental health and, not see the hate that they might get for being open about stuff like that?
So definitely, I think it's good to talk about it. I was fortunate enough that I've got a good family and a wife, so I can always talk about mine. I never wanted to actually bring mine out into the public because I didn't want people to maybe say that I was doing it for clout, or I know Tyson Fury at the time was talking about it. I didn't want people to go, oh, he's just another one jumping on the bandwagon. So I never mentioned it until I got asked the question. And all I've had since I have been speaking about it is positive feedback. People messaging me how much it helps them just seeing me talk about it. So, it's a good feeling. And if I can talk about it and help people in the world, then, I'm all for it. I'm not embarrassed about it. So, yeah, when people ask me, I'm open to conversations.
And you mentioned having other businesses outside of fighting, one of those being the Prospect Academy.
Yeah.
How fun has that been to run and be part of?
Mate, it's been great. Obviously, yourself being on board. It's a good community we've got. Me personally, I can't sit still. So, when I finish my training session in the morning, for my mental health, I need to keep busy. I need to keep occupied. And starting these businesses has done that. At the very beginning when I started them, it was purely to have a project, to have something to focus my mind on and, stay out of the dark cloud days, if you like. And, it's definitely been a help. So, yeah, for all those that are on board, I'm grateful to have you on there.
And my final question, Daniel Pineda has popped for performance-enhancing drugs in the past. Does that cross your mind at all when you're training for him?
Not when I'm training. I have a couple of times for when USADA have come up to my house. I think, I hope you're doing the same for him, seeing as he has popped before. Yeah, I would like to think that he's not doing that anymore with, how strict the sport is now on that sort of stuff. But yeah, I can't accuse anyone until obviously results have come in. But I imagine that USADA have tested him.
Thank you.
Cool.
Yes, lads.
Good right here. Front right here. Obviously, not your first time fighting on enemy soil in the UFC. So, is this just old hat for you now? Just coming into someone's backyard and trying to give him an L?
Well, I was kind of the home fighter until last Wednesday night, and now they've given me a fucking British guy in the UK. But I live here for most of the year. I train in Liverpool with Caolan, Four Corners. I trained my own gym this morning. Took a 30-minute drive up the road, so. I'm not the home fighter, but I don't expect to be too bad this weekend, Not
So-
Paris, anyway.
So you will have some cheers when you
Oh,
come out.
lad, there's a crowd coming. It's as close to UFC Dublin as we're going to get for a while, anyway. So I expect a big Irish contingent in the crowd. But now, lads, part and parcel. Cheer me or boo me. I don't really care.
And what do you make of your opponent? Obviously, he's on a bit of a skid, but he's still very popular, especially here in the UK. Where do you think he stands in his career?
Well, first and foremost, I fair play to him. Respect here. I didn't have a fight last Wednesday night. I didn't know what was going on. I've known Jake Hadley since, well, it must be 12 years now, like from the amateur days. I've been watching him. We've both kind of been winning the whole way up. Both Cage Warriors champions coming in. So I've always respected his skill. And as soon as I heard his name, that gave me a lift. Like, I think anyone who's been watching UK MMA for a while will tell you it's a much better fight. He's a bigger name, obviously, in the UK. But I think coming up from 100, anyone who's ever trained with me or fought with me will tell you that coming up from 125 pounds, you'll be doing very, very, very well to live with me. Like, so absolutely respect him, fair play to him, but I think I'm going to run through him, for being honest.
How much of a factor do you think that will play? You know, he's fought at flyweight most of his UFC career. Now he's coming up and fighting, you know, one of the bigger 135ers.
Definitely one of the bigger 135ers. Definitely one of the biggest weight cuts in the division. It has to play a factor. Like, I anytime I've ever trained with a bantamweight, they're the one that tell me, like, after, geez lad, you're strong. I never train with flyweights because maybe a wee bit too strong. For him to come up, I don't know, he's a skillful fighter. He definitely poses threat. I say he's been winning the whole way up, like, but I'm very, 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 very... Now, I'm not stupid and saying, oh, as soon as I hit him, he'll go down. He's a wee man. As soon as I grip him, he'll be... Like, it's not that. He's a good fighter, but there's him feeling good and thinking, fuck, I haven't got a weight cut. I feel strong here. I feel healthy. I feel good at 135 pounds. And then there's, under the bright lights, 4-ounce gloves, me hitting him for the first time at 135 pounds, me gripping him for the first time. So, has to play a factor, but I can't be under the illusion of, like, oh, I'll just walk through him because he's coming up in weight class. But that is definitely a factor. That's no point in lying.
And then just one that unrelated to this fight. I don't know if you saw, but there's been some rule changes that have been approved that are going to affect on November 1st. That will allow 12 to 6 elbows. And,
No way.
Yeah. And it's also redefined what a downed opponent is. I think you need another part of your body besides your hand. So like your elbow, your shoulder, your butt, whatever. You can't just have one hand down. They still have to, all the commissions still have to approve this. So it might take a while, but November 1st is realistically the rollout. What do you make of these new rule changes?
Well, it sounds good. Like, I can literally put my kneecap to your fucking forehead, but I can't do this. It's a stupid rule in the first place. But I actually hadn't heard that, lad. But hey, happy days. Makes sense.
Caolan right here.
Yes, lad.
Just one for me, bro. Couple guys in the division that are making kind of noise, right? Like Raul Rosas Jr. I know you called him out. Another guy, Peyton Talbot.
Yeah.
What do you think of those guys, and what do you think you have to do to kind of get yourself noticed the way they have so far?
Well, my plan was to call out Rosas as soon as this ended. 7 weeks later, go back to back in the sphere. I was ready to do that. It's the only way to make it in this game. Look at fucking Alex Pohe, 2 weeks' notice, rocking up, putting man, fair play to him, absolutely flying. That was my plan, but obviously he's booked now. Peyton Talbot is a good fighter, 100% a good fighter. Fair play to him, going well, but like, Jesus Christ, man, cool the jets. Like I watched his debut. Like, whenever the Mac was coming up, people were saying, like, when he fights a grappler, he'll get smashed. When O'Malley was coming up, when he fights a grappler, he'll get smashed. But it was speculation, really. You hadn't seen it. I watched his debut. Fucking some lad, I don't even know who the guy was, comes out, takes him down, takes the back, flattens him out, gasses, comes out second round, gassed, again finds himself in his back. I was like, geez, lad, you actually don't know how to fucking... You're giving your back every time. So he is a good fighter, 100%. Fair play to him. He's after sparking that kid Gamori, who pulled out on me on the Tuesday morning. I would urge anyone who's watching this to hit pause and go watch UFC France's video of him warming up for that fight before he blow Peyton up over that win. But he is good, but I think getting a wee bit too much hype at the weight class. There's definitely tougher fights at 135 for less hype. If the UFC wanted me to do that at the end of this year next, absolutely no fucking problem. I'd fight Peyton Talbot next, no problem.
Cheers.
Caolan, back
What's
here. The fight replacement, again, obviously a little bit of a nightmare, right? Talk to me, does the game plan change at all going from Ramon Tavares to Jake Hadley?
Well, we prepare correct, and I always hear these fighters going up saying, oh, the opponent's irrelevant and all that shit. I think that's bullshit. Like, John Jones openly says I prepare for my opponent. Like, I don't understand why he's saying that. So we prepared for Ramon, absolutely. We done 10.5-week camp with Southpaw, and I hadn't trained or sparred one southpaw, and then last Wednesday night he pulled out of my last spar on the Thursday, and Colin goes, we may as well go orthodox and shoot on him on his last spar, and I was like, that's definitely what it's going to be. Lo and behold, the UFC pulled out a southpaw for me and Jake Hadley. Very lucky that, again, not the same style, but not too dissimilar. Injuries happen in this game. That's part and parcel of the sport. If you're preparing correctly every day in the gym, you're going in fighting, you're wrestling. Injuries happen, so I'm sure it's not the last time it'll happen. But of course, not ideal. But just happy I got a southpaw. I'm more than anything happy to be on this stage, sitting here today, about to fight on UFC 304, one of the biggest cards the UK's ever had. So again, fair play to Jake. Thanks him for fucking taking it. Like, but couple of changes, yeah, couple of changes.
And you spent the beginning of this year at Fight Ready before your fight in Atlantic City. Wondering, are you looking to go back there sometime soon? And what was that training like?
Yeah, it was great. It was Colin and Caolan says if you can go. We went over for 3 weeks. Fucking bit of sun in the UK. Bit of sun in January. Is not what I'm used to in the UK, so that was nice. It was great training. A lot of UFC bantamweights, and I suppose I was coming off my first ever loss. I've been winning the whole way up. I'd never fucking lost a round as a pro before my UFC debut, and not that you would ask questions of yourself, but it's nice to be with a lot of UFC bantamweights and flyweights and that, see where your level's at, and just kind of like confirm it to yourself that I can handle these boys, you know what I mean? So it was a good experience. Something I'd absolutely be open to doing again, but my gym, Team Caolan, four corners, you know.
And my final question, how proud are you to be one of 3 fighters representing Ireland on this card?
Always, lad, always. I say there's a big contingent coming this weekend from places of Ireland I don't know, people like just general MMA fans, representing as best I can, you know what I mean? So that's all, it means the world to me, lad, to be honest.
You said at the start that this is the closest thing you're going to get to a UFC Dublin for a while. Why do you think that is? Because as the guys just said, there's a few on the card this weekend. Ian Gary seems to be, getting to that point where he could headline.
The big blonde Brazilian fella?
Yeah.
Yeah,
so why do you think that is?
No, am I joking? Hopefully, it probably does rely on Ian. I'm not getting the UFC Dublin this year anyway. I'm fucking only 1-1 the UFC. I just heard no talk of it. It was 10-year anniversary on the 19th there. I was a kid in school who couldn't afford a ticket to that, but if that was to happen, it would be quite literally a dream come true, but I'm hearing nothing of it. If we keep winning, of course, Ian keeps winning, it becomes more likely, but I'm just hearing nothing of it. You know what I mean? No confirmation of it, but if it happens, of course, that would be unbelievable. That would be unbelievable.
There's some issue with Ian?
No. I'm joking. No, he's doing well for himself. Fair play, like.
Just on Ian quickly, what do you think he can do to maybe get the fans back on his side? It feels like in recent fights he's done so much wrong in MMA fans' minds. What do you think he can do to get the crowd back on his side?
To be honest, the way he was talking the last time, he seemed to. I was liking it. Like he seemed more like himself. Winning is. Well, actually, you say that Belal's in the main event this night. He's been winning like it doesn't always work. I don't know, lad. Be yourself and keep winning. Would hope that the Irish will get behind you eventually. Like he is an Irishman essentially, so not essentially, he is an Irishman. So I don't know, lad. I just focus on me. I'm building a big support in Ireland, but fair play to him. He's been winning. I think he took a lot of unwarranted stick for the MVP performance. Fuck me. Any win against MVP is a good fucking win in my eyes, if I'm being honest. I knew he was tricky in the field. I didn't think he was that fucking tricky. He done what he had to do, but I just focus on me, lad. If they like him, they like him. If they don't, they don't. I only worry about myself, you know. Job done. Thank you, boys.
home soil for this one. How does it feel to be able to walk out there in front of a home crowd and fight on British soil?
Yeah, it's amazing. So obviously, my debut was UFC London. That was perfect. Such a great atmosphere. So UFC Manchester, even closer to home. I'm expecting a great crowd. So there's nothing like watching that crowd. It's amazing.
Do you think the time, everyone's talking about the time, the fact it's in the middle of the night, do you think that will like harm the atmosphere at all? Or do you think the Brits will have enough beer and stuff to keep themselves going?
Yeah, but the atmosphere might be better. I'm just, it might work out better for the crowd. So I was thinking sometimes the prelims can be a little bit quieter. But if it was me, I would just get that early. So you're there all day rather than sitting about waiting till 3 a.m. for the main card to wait. I would go there earlier. So it might be like a busier crowd earlier on than usual.
Obviously, right, fighting at home is cool, but it does come with extra pressure. There's more fans and friends around. Do you think about that, or do you just think, no, I have to focus on the positives and make sure that I take this moment for what it is and enjoy it?
Yeah, I just enjoy it. Like I said, these moments, like Manchester, or maybe it's once a year it's going to come to the UK, but it's not guaranteed I'll be on it. So it's amazing to get on these UK cards, and I'll try my best to get on them all the time. But no other pressure. People are still watching. If you get beat, they're still watching the telly regardless. So.
And when you look at the fight itself, how are you expecting him to come in and approach the fight against you, and how do you think you find success on Saturday?
Yeah, I can just go off his previous fights. Everyone's different and everyone's getting better. He looks like more of a kickboxer fight. He's just tough and durable. I think I'm loads better than him everywhere, like technically much better. But I do think he's aggressive and he's definitely tough, which can make for a hard, gritty fight. So I wouldn't be surprised if it was a harder fight than people expecting, but I can't see him beating us.
Obviously, you've put some time on the mats with Tom and Phil DeFries and these bigger heavyweights. Tom's always said he didn't realize how beneficial it was until he was in there with a lot of bigger guys. He was training with smaller guys. So is it the same with you, that he kind of has this collective of heavyweights that can, you can push each other rather than having to train with these smaller guys in the gym?
It's completely different. I trained, my first gym, I was training with welterweights, middleweights, probably at the biggest, and I thought I was amazing. I was doing okay, but I thought it was amazing. I moved and trained with Big Phil about 5 or 6 years. He lives right round the corner to me, really. I was training through seeing with Andrew Fisher. And I still remember the first session with him. He was the first big guy, more experiences. It was awful. I remember thinking, oh, God, this isn't as nice as when you train with the welterweights and middleweights. You just need to. I need to train with bigger guys. Got me loads better. Some of the harder fights I potentially wouldn't have won if I was still training with lighter guys. And then to go and train with Tom and like 8 or 9 great heavyweights, people from all over the world that's travelling there. It's amazing. I don't think there's anyone in the world now with heavyweights as good as Tom's gym.
If everything goes well for you and Tom on Saturday, do you think you'll find a more of an influx of heavyweights just kind of coming in, even from the U.S. to like come train with you guys just for the bodies in there?
Yeah, I think people are messaging Tom's dad Andy all the time to get in. It's like that's how you get in through Andy. He must decide whether you're worthy or not to get in. But sure. I think big guys, you need to be around other big guys fighting. I think it's easy to be winning because the pool's quite small. Then you might get beat a few, and then you realise, oh, it's completely different when you're in there fighting bigger people. I think the grappling's different. Obviously, the punches are a lot heavier and different. And you just need a good team around you. I think you're lucky to get like one good guy with you, but down there to have like 7, 8, and like some absolute monsters. Some of the guys down there are absolutely huge. They can all fight. It's not like some gyms where you go, you might have one hard training round, and you look around and like the next round's a bit of a rest round there. Everyone's trying to kill you or crush you and squish you. So it's so good to be around. It is.
Then a couple unrelated to this fight. I don't know if you saw, but some new rule changes were passed on November 1st. 12-6 elbows will now be allowed in the fight, and then they've redefined what grounded opponents are. You need another part of your body besides just your hand for a grounded opponent. I'm curious, what do you make of these rule changes going into effect?
Is that for Saturday? Well,
no, it's November 1st.
Good job. I didn't have a clue of that. I was thinking, I did see the 12-6 elbow. I definitely saw it. I think that was a silly one to have in, really. It's no different than any other elbow, I didn't think. The grounded one, yeah, it's probably better. Sometimes people are playing the rules, but what's now? So with 2 hands, we class it.
So you need your hand and then like an elbow or a shoulder or a knee. It just has to be another part of your body. It doesn't necessarily have to be 2 hands.
Yeah, it's probably better to me go out there a bit quicker and knee to the head. But yeah, I think the rules have always been a bit sketchy, haven't they? Especially to the grounded opponent. So it's probably good universally. Everyone knows exactly what's happening. Less room for error and mistakes in there.
And one final one for me. I think I know your answer, but how do you see the main and co-main event playing out on Saturday or Sunday morning, I guess?
I think the 2 British guys have got it. Yeah, definitely. I think, obviously, I no, I don't know Edwards. I don't train with him, but I think he'll win. Obviously, train with Tom. Like, I wouldn't be surprised again if Tom just first 2 minutes we won again. Like, no disrespect to Curtis Blaydes. I think he's a great fighter, but I think Tom's something special. He is.
Mick down here. It's been a perfect start to the UFC career. Obviously, the win over Jamal Pogues and then Kai over Machado and then obviously Muhammad Usman. How would you assess everything so far? Has the UFC journey been everything that you expected?
Yeah, it's been amazing being around, being part of this. Obviously, 3 wins. That's nice as well to have. Made a few mistakes in there. I'm just still getting better. I hope every fight I look a little bit better than the last one. That's my main goal. I'm still making loads of mistakes in there. I'm still learning, but I felt this camp's been amazing. Everything's starting to click for us. There's been no excuses Saturday. I felt like this is the best I've ever felt for a fight.
What mistakes, you mentioned it twice, what mistakes do you think you've made?
Oh, just little silly ones, like in the fight, like after I've looked back, maybe he's hit with a punch I shouldn't have been hit with. Like, just going back to the last one, Usman hit, it was that big right hand early on in the first round. Like, I should never have got hit with that. I think 90% of the time that doesn't hit us. It did, gives a little wobble, a little wake-up call, and then after that, I don't feel like he really hit us again after that. It's just like little silly mistakes that he could have won the fight off that big right hand, and that would have been me beat and him celebrating a 4th win in the UFC. Just little things like that. I feel like I'm still learning the job. I'm quite young. This is me 10th fight, I think, now professionally. So it's not many. So just keep getting better. And that's all I can do.
Where do you think a win puts you in the heavyweight picture? Because obviously, heavyweight, you put together like a 4 or 5 win streak, you can be catapulted right up there.
Yeah, I think I've always said I like to take my time. Like I said, I'm still learning, but I do understand that heavyweight, you haven't got the time to take it slower. I do think that the fight maybe puts us in the top 15, or maybe he's a lower top 15 opponent for the next one. So I'll just see what happens. I'm not really sure how the rankings and everything like that work, but I'm just happy with the UFC, how they've matched me, how the fights have played out. So see what them offers. Hopefully come about November time, no injuries. Maybe try and get another win in November, December time, and then get another win at the end of the year. That'd be great.
Cheers, man.
Mick, Tom has been saying to the media and myself prior to this fight his strange hand strengthening methods of dipping his hands and knuckles in petrol. Has he been sharing that with the rest of the gym? And I still don't believe him, to be honest. Can you confirm if that is true?
I haven't seen him do it, but he's got some strange things. It might be working. He said his hands are feeling harder. We'll see Saturday night, Sunday morning for him. If he gets into the early round stoppage, it must be working.
Might end up becoming a pre-fight ritual.
I'll get on it. Everyone will get on it.
Before signing with the UFC, you had 3 straight knockouts. I don't want to use the word pressure, but do you want that again in the UFC now? I know you don't go searching for it, but it'd be nice to get a nice bonus, wouldn't it?
Oh, that would be amazing. The finishes, just to be the first round finish, like what Tom gets, would be amazing. In and out, done, lovely. Like I've said, I've never searched for it. Maybe it's the high-level opposition. Maybe it's me playing a little bit safe sometimes, but I've been working on my game, and I do think I'll get the finish Saturday.
Do you have a roadmap in terms of big names that you want to be competing against over the next couple of years? Because the division is always stacked, isn't it?
Not really. Like I said, the UFC have matches quite fairly. I don't think I'm at the point yet where I'm going to be like calling names out. Maybe, like I said, the next one, that would be a shout if I'm pushing the top 15, and maybe he's calling out people like that. But at this moment in time, I feel like just get what you're given and just fight and just win and keep winning.
And finally, just in terms of where Tom goes from here, if he wins on Saturday night, like you are hoping so, would you like to see him go up against Alex Pereira next? Because the rest of the top heavyweights are nearly all matched up, and obviously we know the plan is for Jones and Miocic.
Yeah, well, I think Tom would generally fight anybody, but it would be nice for him to get like a super fight, just to get him loads of money. That would be nice, just to have him loads of money, and then that would be good. I do think Tom could beat anybody in the planet at the minute. I think he's super confident he would fight anybody. So he said he maybe his weight about, but he likes fighting. So I don't know, Pereira maybe, if that would be amazing for him. Amazing fight.
Do you think he translates well to the heavyweight division, Alex Pereira, with that knockout power?
It's definitely harder because the guy's bigger, especially while the grappling's concerned, I would say. But I think he can knock out anybody. He can knock heavyweights out, no problem. And I think his striking style, he definitely could do well at heavyweight. Maybe his people will be shooting him more and pinning him down. He might struggle there, but he's a big guy, so if he comes up and puts the weight on, I think he'll do fine.
Best of luck Saturday night.
Thank you.
Mick right here. I don't know if you saw Lucas's fight in Vegas a couple of years ago. He was coming out and he was high-fiving the fans, and he accidentally knocked a fan's beer and it went everywhere. How do you think that would go if he did that here?
I didn't say that, no. I think that he'd have to buy him a pint back, wouldn't he? He'd have to buy him a beer. that would be the honourable thing to do. But no, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. I would be. To be fair, fans love stuff like that. It might be a good story, something to tell. But I wouldn't be happy, especially the prices are bigger in these arenas. Like £10 a pint, that'd be good. Oh, they're stopping this, are they? I've got like a little license. I don't know if I'll have a little license. Oh God, bit we gutted then. Done.
Hi, the fame.
Well, Molly, from right here. Another Brazilian in the UK. I guess it's just this old hat for you, trained, but now here in Manchester rather than London.
Yeah, well, it's just, yeah, I think this is Brazilian number 9. And we tend to have really, really good fights. And they always give me the gamest Brazilians to come out of Brazil. So, nothing new, lad.
Did you know much about her before they matched you up with her? I think she's traded wins and losses since she's joined the UFC.
Yeah, like I say, you know, I always watch every fight card. She fought my friend Shauna Bannon last year, and I remember we had not a bit of an altercation in the changing room, but I went in to train, and a corner team asked me to leave because I'm Shauna's friend. So we did, and she got the win, and I really wanted to fight her, and I think she wanted to fight me too.
Did you ask for this fight, or did the UFC kind of know that this was going to be the path?
I'm not like making it out to be something more than it was, but it's a fight that interested me because she's game. She's got different facets to her that I'll have to figure out when I'm in there. Do you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. And how's life been for you since your last fight? Because obviously fighting in London is one thing, but you know, you and Paddy are going to be, and Tom are going to be massive stars here.
Mm-hmm.
In Manchester, you've had the show. That's obviously been well received. So just what's life been like, just even outside of fighting?
Do you remember when it kicked in for me and Paddy the first time and the rocket kind of went poof? It's kind of been quite similar. This time, I've known how to handle it. The first time I kind of, little ADHD kid, got caught in the lights, all the great stuff that came with the fame, and then had to pay the price with all the negative stuff as well. And I feel like now I'm in a space in my life where I'm very content with who I am, mentally, spiritually, physically, fight IQ-wise. I've grown up, so it's a lot easier to take. It's still not easy. It still requires a lot. You do have to kind of be a different kind of person when you're walking out on the street and you're going into social situations that can still be quite tough. But it's a blessed stress to be living this life that we're doing. And if you could have asked me at UFC Liverpool a couple of years ago when I got absolutely filled in by Gillian Robertson and I looked fat, white, dark hair, proper wrinkles everywhere, chipped teeth, if you could say in 6 or 7 years, Molly McCann's going to be fighting in Manchester with her best friend, with all these amazing things that would happen, I'd say shut up. Do you know what I mean? So I'm very, very happy.
You said you're kind of treating this kind of rocket, like you said, a little differently from the first one. Was that a conversation you had with yourself before? Like, if this happens to me again, I'm going to treat it differently? Or did something happen this time that made you rethink it?
I think just my mental well-being was so damaged after, just before I fought Erin Blanchfield. It was like so much to take in, and I just had extreme burnout. And obviously, like you know, I went to a bit of therapy to try and work through that kind of thing, and I realised, like, what the triggers are if you're going to start going that way again. So I just know myself more to be like, if I'm starting to feel like that, reacting this way, take yourself out of that situation and not give so much to everyone, and especially something like this whole week. I'm very calm and relaxed and saving the magic for Saturday or Sunday morning.
Does the weight cut to 125 have to do with that too? Because you kind of have to be dialed in a lot more for those 10 extra pounds rather than bantamweight?
Flyweight, strawweight, all the weights. Yeah, I would always say to you guys, like, I give everything that I could with every single fight, and to make this weight, I found something else. And I feel like you're just a bit more primal. Like, I'm more alert, I'm more concise, I'm more to the point. I'm probably fuming a lot more because I'm a little bit more hungry. But yeah, it just makes you a lot more calmer. I think I'm ready for the job at hand.
And there's one that unrelated to this fight. I don't know if you saw, but on November 1st, there's going to be some new rule changes. They're going to allow the 12 to 6 elbows, and they've redefined what a grounded opponent is in the octagon. I'm curious, did you know about that, and what do you make of these new rules?
Yeah, I seen that last night, actually. Me and Paddy was watching the telly, and it came up on our phone, and I'm all game for it. I want soccer kicks to the head. I'd have a good go at it all, you know me. Do you know what I mean? Even if they said, we'll take the gloves off, yeah, do bare knuckle MMA, I'd have a good go. So, yeah, I'm game.
Molly, earlier today, Paddy did an interview and he said a few weeks ago he wasn't really mentally in this fight and his coaches were thinking about pulling him out, and then he sort of turned it around. Could you feel that a few weeks ago with him?
Personally, this is the hardest fight camp me and Patrick have had outside of our professional career. Just personally, losses and grievances that we've had to go through is took a lot, and all I know, when the pressure's on, we know how to pull it out the bag. And I wouldn't say his performance was in any kind of, oh, he's not good enough there or anything. That was never in question. It was just more, can you cope with what's just happened, as well as having 2 kids, as well as having the pressure of this fight? Molly, can you cope with what you're going through? Is this okay? Blah, blah, blah. And we have honest conversations in our gym, and he's just honest enough to bear that with the media. So nothing but respect for him.
We know you guys are fighters, right? But when you have to deal with the outer cage stuff as well, and you have to go through a camp, it's not happening to you out like when you're not preparing for a fight, it's happening to you at the worst possible time. Do you at least take something from it that you know, like, wow, I could still do this, I could still survive this, and I can still get in there and fight on Saturday, and like that proves something to you that you can't really be broken at all?
Yeah, I think I said something with TNT Sports, like, I had the worst start of camp that I could probably ever have in terms of what went on in my personal life. And I just remember, like, I hadn't slept or rested in a few days because I was just really grieving. And I come in the gym, I'm on 5-5s with Chanel Dyer, on no sleep, crying in between the rounds because I was just in bits. And I got it done. And I was like, oh my fucking God, like, I have got that dog in me, do you know what I mean? And I've seen the same with Patrick. So life can't break us, the weight cut can't break us, the trolls can't break us, do you know what I mean? Sometimes I might lose in the cage, but even that doesn't break me.
I mean, I don't want to get too invasive here, and I'm aware of some of the stuff you guys have had to deal with, but are you okay now? Are you happier now?
Look at this face. Look at this hair and these teeth. I'm all good, mate. It's just, life is life, and people go through losses, and it's just about grieving them losses and pushing through. And I think probably the best thing for me was to be in a fight camp, because maybe old Molly might have ended up down the pub or probably just trying to run away from the pain. But I was sat in my house with my 2 dogs, having to go through it all on my own. And I swear to God, you will see the best me on Saturday night.
When you look back at your appearance for your debut compared to Molly McGlam we see today, do you wish you could have given us some advice on how to freshen up a little bit? Yeah, Molly McCann. I am where I'm supposed to be. God and the universe has put me where I'm supposed to be at the right time. And was I ready for this then? No, I weren't. What, did I have the fight IQ for this weight and this part of my career and life? No, I weren't. You have seen me grow up in front of you all, for the good and for the bad, and I've learned from my mistakes. And I'm happy with where I am, and it shows to people that you can be a normal person,
and you can have the highest highs, and you can have the lowest lows, and no matter what, you can keep on moving forward, and anything is possible.
Just two more here.
Is anyone else allowed to speak, or is it just you two?
Just us two for now. Just two quick ones. In the state side, we're seeing this kind of big explosion in women's sports. Obviously,
WNBA.
Yes, that's where I was going. Obviously,
Angel Reese, let's go.
Have you kind of seen that translate over into now more interest in women's MMA? Because obviously, you guys have kind of been on the forefront of like sports in general with the men, but within the last 6-7 months, it's kind of taken to another level stateside.
Yeah, do you know what? A couple of years ago, when we had that mad night in London, and I won, and then I feel like Katie Taylor beat Amanda Serrano, and then England won the Euros in the football/soccer for you Americans, and then March Madness happened, and then Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese, and it's just like women in sport are starting to really get the respect they deserve, and it's good to see. It's positive. It's nice to see that men can bring. What I've noticed, I obviously support Everton Football Club. I'll go and watch the women, and you see dads who get the kids on a weekend, or full-time dads take the kids to the match because it's something that they can do with their sons or their daughters. So it's nice to see that the vibe's a little bit different at a female sport event. It's a bit more empowering and a little bit less negative. So it's great to see, and it's nice to see the girls getting paid.
And last one, can I get your thoughts on the main and co-main for Sunday morning?
I think I'm not disrespecting either fight and all the fighters, but I would love to see Leon win TKO. Sorry, Belal, but he's our boy. And I think Tom and Curtis, it's going to be a finish. I don't think it's going to 5. And I think Tom is probably going to get a submission win.
Well, I just want to ask you about the TV show you recently did. You put yourself out there. It can go either way sometimes when you do that. What's the reception been like since it's aired?
Like, in all honesty, since my fight in February, I haven't received much hate in my life, which is quite mad. I think I've been as vulnerable as I can be to the world, and it's paid me back tenfold. I think people have just seen me a little bit more of the authentic me, as opposed to the sound clips, the sound bites that the media will put up of, like me drunk or eating with Paddy somewhere, do you know what I mean? But the city's really got behind us. I think we've made the city really fucking proud, and I'd like to say the rest of the country as well. It's boss to make where you're from proud and put them on notice, do you know what I mean?
Absolutely, and just one more from me. You're settling into a new division now. When you're looking up the rankings, you're looking at the champion and the challengers. What do you make of your new home?
I'm not looking past Bruno Brazil.
Molly, you mentioned about the highest highs and lowest of lows, and when we look back at that first half of 2022, those back-to-back spinning back elbows, it was an absolutely amazing time for you. And then after that, what you've overcome since then has been incredible, and starting the year off with a bang back in the win column. Can you talk about how much you've grown as an athlete and as a person due to those circumstances?
I feel as if I was quite nervous fighting a grappler in the high weight division if they were really outsized me. So I was somewhat petrified to make a mistake. But at this weight category, I feel like I don't need to carry that negativity with me. It's just only focusing on myself and me improving my skill set. That's a wonderful place for a fighter to be. The pressure I feel is only getting bigger with the TV shows or with the more notoriety and with being on a pay-per-view card. But I'm at the age now, and I'm at the part of my career where you'll have to correct me, but I don't know if this is fight 12 or 13 in the UFC for me. So there's no more lessons to kind of be learned now. It's going, reframe a fight week to coming in and just enjoying it, having fun, not wasting my energy. And it's my job. I used to think being in the UFC was just the prize, but it's not. It's working up them rankings and it's working towards the belt. So until I'm there, I'm not.
After those back-to-back spinning back elbows, did you feel like you were getting addicted to the knockout and those viral moments? And Are you craving that again this weekend in Manchester?
I'm not craving a finish. What's going to come is going to come, and I think that was the difference. I'm lucky that my last 3 wins have all come by a finish, and I feel as if when something kind of clicks, it clicks. So I used to have to chase the finish at the higher weight because they were too big. So I'd have to engage and force the interaction because I was too small. But being at this weight, even though I'm still fucking smaller than everyone, it's not like 10-inch difference. It's like 3 or 4 inches, which is like, it feels like it's the same range for me. So I can take my time. If I'm taken down now, I'm the same size and strength as what they are. And the reloads that we do. So I remember when I fought like Julius Storyolenko, there was 20 pounds difference the day that we weighed in as we was making the walk to the cage. Whereas the last fight, it was like near enough the same. Do you know what I mean? And then you could see that in the performance. So I made a rod for my own back in the beginning of my career, but we're here in the end.
You know, you and Paddy have both shown you can go out there on your own without each other being on the same card. But do you feel a lot more powerful in there, knowing that Paddy's going to be fighting after you and all your teammates as well are on Cage Warriors tomorrow night too?
Yeah, I feel as if it's my job to make sure I don't send to Z West. So I can't go out and lose first. Do you know what I mean? I have to win for myself, but we are that close. That would rock, yeah. And you see that with like the New Zealand lads and the Australian boys, or even some in America. It can be, probably can be a bit upsetting, but we just bring something else out of each other. And like when I trained yesterday, honest to God, I was just on fire. And then he was like, right, I've got to level that up. Do you know what I mean? So it's a positive, we're just pushing each other towards greatness. And then after the training sessions, it was mad last night. We came back into the hotel room and like Embedded came on. And you used to think this mad, right? Because obviously our faces everywhere. But we was like, oh my God, where's the Embedded thumbnail? Do you know what I mean? And then we was just lying in bed and put the telly on. And then BBC One was on and our show was on. I'm like drinking Guinness like this and his face is like that. And we were laughing our heads off. Paul Rimmer even put it on his Instagram yesterday. But I don't know how many more fights anyone has. Do you know what I mean? You could have a life-threatening injury in the octagon. But to know that I've definitely got one more with him. And it's in the Northwest, and we're getting to do it together at the most content and the highest level that we can be. Look at the shape of us. Do you know what I mean? Some fucking shape. So it's just boss. The changing room's going to be fucking boss.
Molly,
It best be good, lad.
When it comes to Saturday, Sunday night, how do you plan to tackle Saturday? Are you planning to sleep all day and get up fighting fit, or how do you plan, or just lots of coffee?
I've changed my sleep like the last 2 weeks. I've made to stay up till after fight time. We've been doing like acclimation work to make sure that we're staying awake and we're working through. The body's going to do what the body's going to do on Saturday. If I want to rest and sleep, then I'm going to do that. Before we go to the arena, I'll probably have an all-black all-black everything drink from Applied Nutrition and then just go and handle shit, lad.
Thank you.
Robs, thanks everyone. Have a nice day.
Manel, front right here.
Yeah.
Obviously, I have to ask right out of the gate. It's been a while since we last saw you. The last time we saw you on the scale, we didn't get to see you fight in the octagon. So how has the weight cut been before this fight?
The weight cut has been very good. Not to complain. I'm already 133, so I'm already right there.
Is this weight low for you at this point in the fight week? Or
Yes, actually, the most lower I had in my fight career is the lower.
did you have to make any changes in camp, or was this just something you knew you had to get ahead of?
I just update a lot of it.
And obviously, you're fighting Mokaev. Gonna have some like a hometown crowd here. He's trained here quite a bit. So I'm curious, what are you expecting from him when you actually do step into the octagon?
I didn't believe that he's gonna have the crowd on his side, but it's gonna be fun. It's gonna be a good fight. You know, I'm trying to make this quick because I had to put Mokaev on his place. In my opinion, I believe this is too early for him, but we will see.
Why do you think it's too early for him?
It's too early. There is levels to this game. He never faced a championship caliber, and I see a lot of mistakes on his game. So this is what I say. It's too early for him.
What have you made of his last few performances? Because we spoke to the champion Pantoja at the Hall of Fame, red carpet, and he said he wants to see more from Mokaev if he wants to fight him. I'm curious, are you in that same sense? Have you not been overly impressed with him?
Yeah, Pantoja can say a lot of things of him because they trained before together, and I know Pantoja been submit him a lot. He tap a lot, and that's the reason that Mokaev don't go more training at ATT, you know. But yeah, actually, he's been doing a good job, you know. He's been winning all the fights, but there is a lot of mistakes. He's been struggle a lot, you know. A lot of mistakes that if he face someone on top 3 UFC rank and flyweight, he's gonna get finished. So it's gonna be fun.
Where did this rumor of you and him having this run-in at the PI start?
That is no rumors, just people talk a lot.
And we saw on your Instagram, I think you posted if something like, if I don't go to Dagestan, Dagestan will comes to me, and you were training with those guys at AKA. How helpful have they been for you in preparation?
Yes, of course. Of course, all the people in Dagestan, they support me. They on my side. The real people, the real Dagestans, you know. And actually, I feel more Dagestan than him, you know. It's just what I say.
And with the addition of Kaya Sakura to the UFC, are you viewing this as you have to put on an impressive performance against Mokaev to kind of cement yourself as the #1 contender? Because as of right now, Pantoja doesn't have a challenger.
Does he? No.
Pantoja doesn't have a challenger, but some people think maybe Kaya Sakura gets the title, or the winner of this fight gets the title shot.
Give me whatever. You know, the time is just God know about timing. You know, when I came to UFC, my first fight was I was a backup of the fight. You know, and right now I'm in situation or where I am. I'm in a good situation for win streak. If this is a title contender, yes, there is a title contender, and there is on any other fighter that is on a level to the fight against Pantoja, if not me.
Are you hoping to, when you do become champion in your mind, that you could finish this story with Kaya Sakura possibly in Japan, where you guys started your careers against each other?
Maybe it's gonna be good, you know. UFC Japan, already been fight there, 40,000 people. I can put it there, you know. So maybe it's gonna be good.
Then one final one for me. I don't know if you heard, but on November 1st, there are going to be some new rule changes that were approved. They're going to allow 12 to 6 elbows, and they've redefined what a grounded opponent is. I'm curious, did you hear this news, and what do you make of the changes?
This is very good, you know. This is very good because sometimes I'm unusual, and actually, it's going to be good if they put a soccer kick, you know. It's going to be very, very good.
But now back here. This is Phoenix with Block Asset. We have a saying. It is called a burn moment, which is just a really difficult time in your life. What do you think is the biggest burn moment that you've went through that's truly made you who you are?
No, it's not. I'm not in a hard moment of my life. My life is being very good. I been eat very well. I drive nice car. I have a good house. Just on 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 fight games, some things happened. If you guys look to my historic of the fight, then most of my opponents then been pulled out. From the fight. So the problem is not on me. So I don't think that I'm in a hard spot.
Manel up front, right here. I just want to get your thoughts on who you think wins between Kai Kara France and Steve Erceg. How do you think that goes?
It's a good fight. It's a good fight. I believe Kai France is more aggressive than him. It's more aggressive. He's technical, actually. I don't. I think Steve Sergey is better on the ground. Better on the ground, but it's very competitive fight. But my score is gonna be on Kai Kara France.
Over here. You've faced Alexandre Pantoja before. If you are to get a title shot, if you win this fight, how would the fight be different next time around?
No, actually, the first fight was not a fight. We was more cautious with each other. Actually, it was not a fight. I won the third round. The second round was both competitive. It's gonna be fun. I believe that the next, if I face him again, it's gonna be like when he faced Davison Figueiredo. His fight's gonna be similar. It's gonna be that type of the blood.
And this fight against Muhammad Mokaev was moved from the main card down to the early prelims. Do you know why that choice was made?
Maybe they want to push more the audience. They want to push the audience. Maybe Mokaev don't deserve the main card. And but for me it's good for the timing. I don't have to fight at 3-4 a.m. So I'm gonna fight at 11 a.m. and I can go out.
What is your plan if you are to win to celebrate?
Not if you are to win. I'm gonna win, and after the win, just get my boys, get some good food, and enjoy a little bit of town.
What's up?
Well, Belal, front right here. Obviously, this is a fight week that you've been calling for the better part of the last 2 years. So, now that fight camp's over and you're only a handful of days away from challenging for the undisputed welterweight title, like, what's the emotions now that you finally got this fight you've been calling for?
Man, it feels great. Like, I've been starving for this day. I've been waiting for this day forever. And just in general, I just love to fight. I've been in the practice room. I've been training for a full year, waiting. And once we finally got the date, it was locked in. Then camp went by so fast. It was one of the hardest camps we've had. And now it's fight week. We made it here. It's healthy. We're in Manchester. And, man, Saturday night's going to be epic.
Have you been training for Leon specifically for a while? Because I feel like there's been a couple champions since you've been on this run, and even he's fought Colby, he's fought Kamaru twice. But did you know it would probably be Leon again at some point for the title?
100%. I've been training for Leon since 3 years ago, since that fight. I've been wanting that fight back forever. So I've been watching him, paying attention to him, studying him. And like you said, I was just waiting as a backup for him and Kobe. And we weren't really training for Kobe. It was all just a camp for Leon. So it's basically one guy we trained for the last year and a half, 2 years. And, yeah, we got dialed in.
And obviously since then you've been saying, like, I'm going to walk through him. I could 50-42 this guy and all that. So I'm just curious, why don't you envision like a stoppage win? Because when we hear you talk, it's always I'm going to kind of drag him through the fire for 5 rounds.
Because I want to torture him. I want him to realize how much better I am than him. When you go out there, you get a finish. People, oh, you got lucky. You did this. Oh, it happened because of that. But if I go out there and dominate him and beat him in all aspects of MMA, wrestling, grappling, striking, jiu-jitsu, get him to the point of making him want to quit. That's what I want. I want to torture him. I want him to the point of looking at his coaches, and his coaches had nothing to say, and they walk away because they're embarrassed. That's what I want it to feel like on Saturday night.
Do you think you're getting under his skin at all?
I don't care about getting under his skin. I care about getting through his skin.
And obviously, we heard your coach compare you. He was talking about your boxing. He said, hands like Canelo and this and that. So is this something you've been focused on specifically for this camp, or have you always kind of been training your hands and this is just where you are now?
Yeah, I think every fight we're trying to bring something new, right? Every fight you see me evolving. So for this last year, all we've been doing is getting better and better and better in all aspects of MMA. I have the best striking coach in the world, and all we do is try to get better as ourselves. We don't really care what Leon's going to bring to the table because we know that our best version is the best fighter in the world. Our best version could be anybody in the world. So we sharpen our striking skills. We sharpen our boxing skills. People are going to hate it. They're going to say whatever they're going to want to say, but you guys will see it Saturday night when I show out there.
And you also said with a win that you think you could become the second greatest welterweight ever, just behind GSP. What else would you have to do in your mind to kind of take that mantle as the best ever?
I think just continue on winning, right? When you look at my resume, people don't. When you look back at it, Damian Maia fought for the title twice. Wonderboy fought for the title twice. Luque waited as a backup, and he should have fought for the title. Gilbert fought for the title. All these guys that were at the top during this era, and it's not like I beat them all on 5-fight losing streaks. They were all winning at the times when I was beating them, and I made it look easy, and I walked through them. So if I go out here and beat Leon, who beat Usman twice, who everybody thought was up there with GSP, I think maybe a couple more of the young up-and-comers, right? Because even beating Leon, they're going to say, this guy's going to beat me next. Oh, this guy's going to beat me next. They're still going to doubt me. So if I just keep going out there, beating the next guy that's in line, beating the best guys, my resume, I want it just to be, unmatchable.
And just 2 final quick ones. Have you had a chance to run into Curtis? You guys are both like Chicago guys coming over to England, fighting for, your dream. So is it kind of special to have him there with you, knowing you came from the same place, you're both chasing the same thing on the same card?
Yeah, it's epic, right? I saw him yesterday. We always chop it up. He's cool, man. Both of us being from Chicago, like my coach put it out there, Lou put it out there the other day. He's like, Chicago, we need to stand up. We got 2 Chicago boys going to England fighting for a championship. It doesn't happen, right? And, Chicago's sports suck right now. So we're the only chance of bringing gold back to the city.
And then last one for me, I don't know if you saw, but on November 1st, they're going to roll out some of these new rule changes that allow 12 to 6 elbows, and they've redefined what a grounded opponent is. I'm curious, did you hear this news, and what do you make of these rule changes that people seem to think should have been made a long time ago?
Yeah, I think the 12 to 6 elbow should have been a while ago. So I don't think it really make a difference. I think people, regardless, they throw it, and it's just whatever the ref sees, right? If he sees that angle or he doesn't see that angle. The only person that I've ever seen throw a 12-6 elbow where it got DQ'd was John Jones.
Bilal, you've made it clear that just over here, Bilal. Yeah, you've made it clear that you hate Leon Edwards. You've said that numerous times throughout this build-up. Can you explain why you're using that word? It's a strong word. Why is it so personal for you with Leon?
It's very personal because when you look at, his path to the title and the way he did it, it's very similar to mine, right? He had to go the long road. Nobody was respecting him. Nobody gave him a shot. And then I took a fight on short notice against him. And he committed the foul. He injured me. And the fight got stopped because of that. So, there was a lot of, on my end, it was like my first main event. This is supposed to be my spot, my time to shine, this, and this. And it was like taken from me by him. And he wouldn't give me another shot. And then he tried to just play it off like, oh, I would have won anyway. I would have did this anyway. And then when you put that narrative out there, fans are just like, oh, well, he's probably right. So from there on out, I just had it in the back of my mind. I had that bad taste in the back of my head this whole time that, man, I want to feel what would have happened. I want to see what would have happened. And then I'm dominating all these guys, winning all these guys, and then they're still disrespecting my streak. Him, his coach, his team, they're still saying, oh, he's not next. We need somebody else. We need somebody else. We need somebody else. So the disrespect that he had, he felt it. He started giving it to me. So that's what pissed me off. That's what's pushing me to hate the guy. That's what's making me excited to make him bleed, to make him break.
You mentioned how your team has compared your boxing and your striking to Canelo. Do you feel like Leon and the UK fans are really underestimating your stand-up and are going to be surprised on Saturday night?
Man, I really hope he is underestimating it. I've been underestimated my last 5 fights, and not one of those fights has been a close fight. Not one of those fights have been a hard fight. They've all been easy. And I said that Leon's going to be my easiest fight. So what does that tell you? The fans, the people, that they could say whatever they want to say. They could doubt me. But my team, my family, they know how hard I work. They know what we do in the gym. They know what we're doing behind closed doors. And those are the only opinions that really matter to me.
How is it having Khabib supporting you as well? Because you mentioned that he's helped with the game plan for this one.
I mean, it's always amazing, right? For a guy that I consider the Michael Jordan of the sport, the GOAT of the sport, to like message me and ask me how I'm doing fight week. And I'm just like, bro, why you're messaging me? It's surreal still. But it's always cool. It's not like humbling, but it's just like amazing to see where we are now. Like my coach always tells me, enjoy the journey. Think of where we started, where we were. And when I always go back to like the Facebook memories, when you get those in your Facebook, and it's like 10 years ago, 12 years ago, where you were wishing for even being close to where you are now. So it's just being grateful for the journey and grateful for all the people in my life that actually want to see me win, like genuinely out of their heart. They want to just see me succeed, and they don't want nothing from it.
Final one for me. Is that a tricky situation, though? Because Islam has made it very clear he wants to move up, and he's supported by Khabib. That would be 2 guys supported by Khabib. Be a tough spot for him in the middle, wouldn't it, if that was to happen?
I mean, I would never fight Islam. He's my brother. So I think for myself, like I said, maybe there's 2 or 3 guys that are next in line after this fight that I think I win, and then I have a chance to move up to middleweight. So I'm never really looking that far ahead, but I think he still got some fighters to fight. I still got some fighters to fight, and then we both can move up.
Bilal, down here to your left. You mentioned obviously your deep-rooted hatred of Leon. We've seen fighters go into fights before with such hatred towards somebody, and it's affected their game plan. How are you gonna make sure that doesn't happen to you?
I think it helps me because the last 5 or 6 fighters I've had, a lot of them were nice guys, like Wonder Boy, Maya, even Gilbert Burns, Luque. They're all nice, and you're trying to figure out ways to, fuel yourself. The Sean Brady fight, I fueled myself because he was talking trash. I was doubted so much in that fight. They said he was going to walk through me, and then that fuel made me go out there with a chip on my shoulder. That's the same fuel that's bringing this fight, but it's even more now.
And you've obviously arrived in enemy territory a couple of days ago. What's the reception been like in Manchester so far?
Honestly, it feels like home. I literally had more fans show up to the airport when I arrived than Leon had when he arrived with the belt. Like, the people here have been great. It feels like I have family here now. They're taking care of me, my team, giving them all food and everything. It's like I haven't had no issues at all.
And a lot of fighters have come here tasted the enemy territory, the booze or whatever, they get fueled by it. Are you expecting the same to be for you?
I mean, I'm hoping it's going to be 5 a.m., so a lot of them will be tired and sleepy, so they're not going to have the energy to boo. But if they do, it doesn't really matter because, like, I have an ear for the people that I love. So I'm going to hear my family cheering. My dad is making the trip down, so that's going to be amazing. And, yeah, those are the only ones that really matter to me.
And final one for me, you've got a lot of ice on there. What's at the bottom of the chain?
This is a Handela. This is a character for his back is turned, and his back will turn. You'll see his face once Palestine is free. So I'm working with a company and a jeweler in Chicago. It's called VVS King. He made this for me, and he wants to auction it off and raffle it off after the fight, and then give all proceeds to Gaza.
And you and I briefly talked about this a couple of weeks ago, but have you thought of that moment of being able to raise the flag with the UFC belt?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be surreal. And like I said, I always keep saying, I just want to give the people there something to cheer for, give them something, give them some victory, give them something to look at and say, that's my flag. We got a real champion.
Thank you.
Belal over here, right behind. Hi.
Oh.
Hi. What's up? Considering how long it took you to get the title shot, do you almost feel a bit of pressure, like this could be your only opportunity?
I mean, this is my Super Bowl regardless. When you look at the NFL, you look at the NBA, like teams will make it to the Super Bowl and never make it again. I'm not looking at it as I need a second chance or I need a best-of-7 series. This is my moment. This is what we've been working for the last 5 years. So your next fight is always your most important fight, but this is really the biggest fight that you're ever going to have. And I'm going all in with this fight. So there's not going to be any holding back. There's not going to be any, let's save a little in the gas tank. Our gas is going to be empty after this.
And previously when I'd spoken to you, were kind of bothered by Leon's lack of fight promotion. Now he's done some media. Do you feel like he's promoting the fight a little bit better, or do you still feel that way?
I mean, he's not really doing media. He's whispering, right? He just looks stupid. I'd rather have his coach talk because the coach was talking trash yesterday. So it'll be a funner build-up talking with that little gremlin.
Yeah, speaking of that, that's the run in the elevator, right? What could you tell us about that?
I just heard like a little short freaking midget screaming something. And I was like, what the heck was that? And I saw it and ended up being his coach in front. But Leon and his team, they didn't say nothing. His brother was trying to give me a dirty look. But he didn't know I was sizing him up for after the cage. If he ends up hopping in the cage, wanted to do something.
So you didn't talk to Leon at all in that interaction?
No. It was mostly just his coach.
All right, and one more from me. We obviously representing Palestine has been massive for you throughout this camp. We saw that clip on Countdown, that incredibly emotional clip. How did you connect with the kid initially, Jude, and how did you end up bringing him over to America? What was the backstory?
It's been amazing, right? We work with PCRF, Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. They do a great job of creating cancer centers out there, but now it's a lot harder there to do that now. So now their goal is to bring families over there that are in need of medical need and bringing them to America. So they were able to bring Jude and his father. They lost their mother in the bombing as she was protecting him, and they brought 2 other brothers down, and now they're bringing multiple families down for medical need. So like when Jude first came, he literally had like screws coming out of his kneecap because like his kneecap got dislocated. So they don't have no anesthesia there right now. They don't have any medical supplies over there. So they're doing everything on the floor, on the ground. So we had to bring him to America. And once he got here, we were able to give him medical help at the Ronald McDonald Center in Chicago. He was able to start doing rehab over there, and he's on the right track now. Now he's on the right track of what a kid's life should be. Kids, he's to buy him toys and see him playing, and it makes you emotional.
Thank you.
Well, given how long Leon made you wait for this rematch when you get the win, if you get the win, is it going to be sweet to, kind of deny him when he comes for that rematch?
I mean, he hasn't earned a rematch. Who did you beat? You beat Kobe, who sucks, and then you beat Usman in the rematch. So there's really nothing that I think entails him for a rematch. And what I'm going to do to him, they're going to be like, bro, there's no point in doing a rematch. I'm going to walk through him, and they're going to be like, back to the bottom of the ladder. Leon, this guy was the champion? No way. This guy sucks.
One of the things I feel like has rubbed you the wrong way is the way you spoke about UFC 300 and saying the UFC didn't want you in that slot. From your perspective, was that ever talked about as a possibility of you and Leon headlining that show?
I mean, he's talking like he's a superstar. The guy literally goes in hiding after every one of his fights. People don't know who he is. I was walking down Manchester, like, who are you fighting? I said, Leon Edwards. Like, who's that? I was like, that's your guy's champion. No, we don't know that guy. Like, people don't know who he is. He doesn't promote himself. He doesn't talk. So for the UFC, they were probably like, nah, we'll wait till after Ramadan. So Belal has a full camp, a best camp, and we'll keep it that way.
Belal, over here. When you watch the first fight back with Leon and you look at now, how do you feel you have evolved as a fighter and how Leon has evolved as a fighter?
I mean, I've changed. I'm a whole different person. Like, literally, that fight was 3 weeks' notice. It was after a Diego Lima fight. And, you know, a lot goes into short notice fights. So for me, that fight, I don't really care about watching that fight back because I'm not nothing like that person. I'm not nothing like I was the last year. I'm not nothing like I was last week. Every day I'm getting better. Every day I'm growing. Every day we're working. So the version I am now would kill any version that I was back then. Leon, it's basically the same. I think we've seen him the last 2 or 3 fights do the same exact stuff, and he's fought like the same style of fighter, right? Usman and Kobe are kind of the same. The Kobe fight was basically a freebie because neither one of them did anything. And then the Usman third fight was kind of, Usman wasn't the same fighter. So I think Leon got a lot of credit for that fight, but I think Usman just rushed back after that head kick, and he didn't have the same confidence and swagger that he usually does.
And you mentioned Leon's previous fight being similar-based fighters. You are also a wrestling-based fighter. Where do you feel your style is different from the likes of Kamaru Usman and Colby Covington?
I think I just have a higher IQ than both of them. I push a different pace than both of them. I've been saying forever that Colby's has cardio kickboxing, and he showed it his last one. It was just like UFC gym kickboxing. Usman doesn't keep a high pace. He has great pressure, great strength, but I do it all. I have strength, pressure, power, grappling, and I put it all together better than anybody in the UFC.
Last one for me. You mentioned being the underdog in your last 5 fights. Why do you feel that fighters, bookies, and fans underestimate you?
I just think that they want to see me lose because I'm going against their favorite fighters, right? The fan favorites in Wonderboy, Luque, Gilbert, and then they look at me and they see that, I'm just from a small gym in Chicago. I didn't start martial arts when I was 5 years old. I don't have a black belt in anything. I didn't wrestle in college. So they just assume that I'm supposed to suck. But nobody works harder than me. And people will say that and do this, but if you come and work out with me, none of these guys will push like I push. None of these guys see the game like I see the game and break the game down as I break the game down and have the IQ that I have.
Best of luck, Belal.
Belal, just down to you right here. There's someone who's been very critical of the fight in Conor McGregor. In the future, is that a fight that you relish to take, and is it a big money fight for you as well?
I mean, anytime you bring him up, it's a money fight, right? But I don't know. If he's pulling out for a freaking toe to fight Michael Chandler, he'll probably pull out for like a broken nail to fight me.
Hey, Belal Black here. This is Priest. With a victory on Saturday over Leon Edwards, what is the first thing you plan to do with the belt?
The first thing I plan to do with the belt is give it to my coach, Lewis Taylor. He's been with me since high school, and we started this together.
Well, earlier this week, in one interview, you questioned Leon's desire, and especially in the second fight with Usman, you said, ahead of the 5th round that he needed the motivation from his coach. Is that something that you genuinely believe that he maybe lacks desire?
Yeah, 100%. Like, you look at a lot of teams, a lot of coaches, and his coach is more like a cheerleader. Maybe it's because his coach sucks, and he has no really advice, so he's just giving him more like hype words. Come on, Leon, you got to do this. And if you're a champion and you need somebody to hype you up and need somebody to like push you, you're not really a champion. Like, you don't belong there. I'm a guy that my coach needs to tell me to slow down. My coach needs to tell me to take a day off. Leon's probably one of those guys where his coach needs to stand behind him in the car beeping like, come on, Leon, push a little harder. Let's jog a little longer. And they go freaking paint their nails afterward.
Thank you.
before we start, do you guys read each other's articles? Like when you write stuff? Yeah. Sometimes, yeah. Why do y'all ask this same thing? 15 times. How you getting over the time change? How's your training camp? Please don't ask that one. Please don't ask that one. Y'all gotta do better than that, man. How's camp? Good. Yeah, I know. You guys are.
Well, let's talk about it. So when you hear the same question over and over again, does it eventually just like make the subject play on your mind, or does it just turn off and it's like, okay, I
It
don't
just
care?
means you guys are going to get the driest answers I've got. Like, oh, how was the flight? Good. How you adjusting to the time change? Well, like, you got to give me something in order to give you guys something.
If let's say Tom wins on Saturday or you win, do you think this should count as a legitimate title defense for him, or should it count as an undisputed title win for you when they inevitably promote it to the undisputed title?
So basically, you're asking if this is the real belt.
Yeah.
Yes, this is the real belt in my mind. In my mind, Jones versus Stipe is just their retirement fight. Not to be rude, but we know they're both 1 or 2 fights away. So more than likely, this is their get the bag and get out fight, which is fine. That's how I view it.
Have you been surprised like how animated Dana's been about John Jones recently? It's like anytime his name even comes up, it's like he's the best ever and stuff like that. Are you surprised that he's like so intense to push that?
No, this is Dana White, one of the greatest promoters in the world. He knows how to add hype and market. That's what he does. That's his job. He's one of the best at it. I'm not shocked. I expect it, actually.
Do you think he's doing it because he knows that John Jones is about to fight, so he's just sort of laying the table for that?
Yeah, that's how it feels. Like he wants to squeeze that juice, get the last drop, and he wants everyone to watch it. So that's how I view it.
Do you agree with him that John Jones is currently the pound for pound best, or do you think you have to be active to be in that discussion?
You got to be active. This isn't like a skill-based thing. This is an activity thing. He hasn't been that active. You can't be the best if you're not being active.
And how are you adjusting to the time change over here?
Well, you're cheeky.
Curtis right here. Sticking with the John Jones thing, though, but John, he goes on these Twitter Q&As with fans a lot, and he kind of said, in as short as that first fight was, he thought you were winning that fight. Did you think you were actually winning that fight, or was it just not quick enough or long enough to kind of...
I do feel like I was beginning to find my range. I'm sure everyone in here has watched that over. It's not hard to watch it 40 times in a row. I have. I do feel like I was starting to find my range. So, yes.
And how much of... Obviously, Tom is a high-level black belt, but he's, everyone says hyper-athletic, hits strong and fast. You've fought in, Derek Lewis and Ngannou, Sergey Pavlovich, the 3 heaviest hitters in this division. You trained for Jailton Almeida, who everyone said had the best grappling in this division. Did you have to do anything specifically for Tom that maybe you didn't have to do for those other guys?
Working with smaller guys a little bit just to get used to more hand speed, but that's the only adjustment.
And I think I saw maybe you. It might have been, I can't remember what video it was, but at one point you weren't taking MMA 100% seriously, I think. And I guess what switched in your mind so that now that you are taking MMA 100% seriously?
When I moved to Denver, prior to that, I was basically doing my workouts at a UFC gym. Sure. Didn't have anyone to spar with. I was sparring with featherweights. I was BSing. I got into UFC just off my athleticism and being able to wrestle everyone. And I knew after I debuted against Ngannou, like where I was not the place to be in order to grow. Moved out to Denver, joined Elevation. We're now Forge, and the best decision I made in my career.
Do you think heavyweights get credit for being high-level martial artists because most people just kind of look at you and you can, hit them once and they go to sleep?
I think majority of fans, they just watch the highlights. They don't watch how did he set that up? Did he use a jab? Did he switch his stance? Did he use the inside leg kick to distract him? They just see hand on the face. The guy falls down. I think everyone, like, the way they judge heavyweights, we should be judged on a different scale because the exchanges that smaller guys have, like I was at the Denver fights, my buddy Drew Dober was fighting that Brazilian guy. They were banging. You can't do that at heavyweight. Those exchanges, we should be graded on a sliding scale. We don't get to. You can make a mistake at bantam, feather, light, even welterweight. After welterweight, mistakes become a lot more costly, but especially heavyweight. It could be a jab. I've seen heavyweights get dropped with jabs. It's not happening at bantamweight.
Right.
So I think we should just be judged on a different scale.
And unrelated to this fight, I don't know if you saw, but on November 1st, they're going to roll out some of these new rules that they approved changing. So 12 6 elbows, and they've redefined what a grounded opponent is. I'm curious, so you've clearly heard these, and what do you make of these new rule changes?
They feel very grappler friendly, so I'm surprised because I know a lot of people don't like grapplers. So I'm a little shocked, but I'm happy because the elbows especially, that's going to open up a lot of stuff. I kind of wish it was already active.
And John said that he might try to appeal that lone loss to Matt Hamill.
He should. I always view he's undefeated. Does anyone in here not agree? Oh, we got a contrarian? Oh. You're right. We all have to do the rules. You're right. That's a good one.
As a guy who made the mistake in saying.
Oh, we're getting the banter.
No.
You appeal the referee, remember? You appeal the referee's decision rather than the rules.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Wasn't the Blaydes told Matt Hamill to fight back and Matt Hamill couldn't hear it?
Just one final one for me. Belal Muhammad was in here, and he said, Chicago doesn't really have good pro sports right now, and, you guys can bring back the belts to Chicago. So how special is it to have him also chasing for the UFC title on this card?
It's amazing to have two guys from the same area. We both grew up on the South Side. It's amazing. I didn't really bump into him. That's how you know when I was home in Chicago, I wasn't really doing what I was supposed to be doing. Had I been, probably would have walked into Belal years ago. But I think it's great. We got two opportunities to bring home a belt. I hope we go 2-0. It'll be great for the city. And in terms of Chicago sports, I believe in the Bears. This is the most excited don't you do that. This is the most excited I've been as the Bears fan in my adult life.
You think they're better than the Lions?
No, not better. I want growth. We don't got to win the division. I want growth.
Curtis, what have you made of Tom's performances since that first fight in 2022? He's shown devastating knockout power on the feet, and I think a lot of people expect your game plan to be take him down and expose him with those vicious elbows like you usually do. But would part of you like to stand and bang and try and surprise people?
I'm going to be organic. I don't enter fights with a game plan like, I have to do this, I need to do it. That's how you walk into traps, because then it seems a lot more premeditated. I don't have plans like that. I just want to be in position. So if the takedown is there, I go for it. If it's not there, I'm not going to force it. And I do believe I can beat him on the feet. I don't believe I have to get a takedown. It would be nice, because that's my world, but I can hang out on the feet too.
Are you used to being in enemy territory now as well? You did it once before 2 years ago. Does it feel business as usual now?
I've done it a bunch of times. I come from a wrestling background. I love going to other high schools, other colleges, and when their fans are booing you, I love that. I feed off that. In the UFC, it's a lot different. I can't hear you guys. You know that, right? I can't hear a thing anyone's saying. I've been to Australia, fought Mark Hunt. I didn't hear anything the fans were saying. We were prepared to go to Brazil. No offense, I've heard the Brazilian fans are a little scarier than the British fans. So if I wasn't scared of the Brazilians, I'm not scared of Brits.
And there's a lot of stories away from this fight in the heavyweight division as well, like the guys I mentioned, John Jones there, looming over everything. But we also have Alex Pereira's inevitable move to the heavyweight division as well.
Bad idea.
Bad idea for him.
Him, I'll give you my premeditated plan. I'm going to shoot immediately. Why would I give him any chance to knock me out on the feet when I know I can take him down at will? And he has to know that. I think he's looking for a specific heavyweight, not any heavyweight. He has the matchups against. I could see him beating guys like Tai. We watched him sparring Tai Tuivasa. Maybe some other guys in like the bottom of the top 15, but you give him a top 5 guy with some real weight, he's not winning.
You know, when you mentioned shooting straight away, would part of it be in your mind the fact that he has a devastating flying knee? When we kind of look at the Masvidal
I'm gonna eat
Askren
that
situation.
knee.
You could
I
eat
ate
that.
one from Alistair. You think he throws harder knees than Alistair? I know he got the aura going on right now, but I ate a knee from 265-pound Alistair. I'm good with eating knees.
So would you welcome
Yes.
welcoming Alex Pereira to the heavyweight division if you win on Saturday
Yes.
night?
I know this is what everyone wants to hear. Yes, I would fuck up Alex Pereira. It's not because he's not good. I'm heavier than he is. Just a heavyweight, gravity, weight matters. It's not a skill based. That's just how it is.
Curtis here to your left. Obviously, second time in the UK. What's the reception been like?
It's been cool. We walked around a little bit, ran in the fans. They've all been respectful, very nice. Even the ones who are like, "Oh, I'm rooting for Aspinall, but you're a good guy." That's cool with me. That's all I want. I just want respect. You don't have to root for me. You don't have to like me. Respect.
And what do you make of the UK fans in comparison to other fans? You mentioned it there. You fought
Australia.
in Perth, I believe.
Yeah.
And you obviously fought Jai Elton in Brazil recently. So
No, I wanted to. Originally, we were going to go to Brazil, but then I got injured.
Of course.
Yeah, it was Miami, but I was prepared for that, and I was expecting that to be the worst ever. But yeah, British fans, you guys, you're cool. I mean, obviously, I know you're gonna, oh fuck you, da da da. I can't hear you guys.
That's a good impression.
I can't hear. I dream about it. But yeah, I can't hear you guys, but I expect it. No hard feelings. It is what it is. It would be the same thing if he was in Chicago. And I don't want my fans to be disrespectful, and I'm sure that's not what he wants. But fans are fans. They're drinking. It's cool.
And you mentioned it earlier there that you think that John and Stipe's fight is going to be their swan song. They're going to bow out their careers. Would it be a bit disappointing for you that if you win the title and then John sails off into the sunset and not have the opportunity to beat potentially the greatest fighter of all time?
A little disappointed, but I'm not going to be that sad. I have the belt, got money, another fight potentially down the line, more money. I'll be happy. I'll be straight.
And final one, are you and Tom going to share another beer after this fight?
I'd like to. Like I said, respectable guy, got no beef, got no animosity. These are my favorite type of matchups where it's all skill. We'll see who's best.
Curtis, just to piggyback on that question, talk to me about your memories from that beer shared with Aspinall, because it felt like even at the end of that fight, it's unfinished business. So when you're sitting there sipping a beer with him, is that what it felt like to you?
Yeah, I knew he was. How old is he now? He's a few years younger than me. I knew he'd be back. I knew he would get healthy. You guys have great health care out here. It's free. That's dope. Like I said, I knew he'd be back, and I knew he'd most likely have to scrap again. I didn't think he'd be over the belt, but I knew he would have to scrap again.
And Tom's created something of a heavyweight super camp down his ways. When you're looking at that, you spoke earlier about the people you've had to train with in the past. Are you quite envious of the team he's built, and are you hoping to build something like that over your side of the pond?
It would be nice. I win this, I get the belt, I have the resources. No, you're good. I have the resources to hire guys, bring them out. But right now, the guys I'm working with, I think they're the best in the world. They've helped me get here, so I'm good with those guys.
Curtis, straight in front of you here, sir. It's been a long road to get to this title fight from that debut in Croatia back in 2016. You've been very close to earning yourself a title shot, and it just hasn't quite worked out for you in those individual fights. Were there any moments over the course of that time where you sort of sat down and wondered whether it ever would happen for you?
After I beat Alistair, I was number 2. He was number 5. I beat him, or maybe it was reversed. Then I bumped up. But either way, I thought after I beat Hunt in February, I beat Alistair in June, and then they gave the interim title versus DC. They gave it to Derek Lewis. They didn't do it based off skill because he had just fought with Ngannou. I don't know if you guys watched that fight. Not much of a fight. He got that fight because he gives funny interviews, and I don't. That's what it is. If this was skill based, if this was meritocracy based, I had a better year leading up to that. Who should get the title fight? Should have been me. That was when I was probably the most like, what do I got to do? But then that's why I took the rematch with Ngannou. I thought, okay, I got to get in there. I gotta beat Ngannou. Didn't work, but that's what I was hoping to do. I knew I had to make a splash, and I know also that I lose opportunities because I don't get online and say funny, weird stuff. I don't post craziness. I don't give wild post-fight interviews. I understand that. I understand it puts me at a disadvantage, but it's not who I am. I didn't grow up like that. I came from wrestling. We don't talk smack. You shake the guy's hand before the match and after the match. Just a respectful guy, and I'm all right with the decisions I made. It still worked out. I still got the title fight. Just took a little longer than expected.
And if it all goes your way on Saturday night and they wrap that belt around your waist, given the journey that you've been on and the hard yards you've had to put in to get this shot, what would it mean to you to be crowned a world champion in the UFC after all this time?
It means everything. It means all the little decisions I made along the way, they'll be validated.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot.
Curtis back here. 2 years ago, we were actually there at the O2 when you fought Tom Aspinall, and the crowd was absolutely crazy. But is there a part of you that would have wanted this rematch in the United States, or does location not affect you?
This could be on the moon. Like, fans, the venue does not matter. I don't know why y'all think it does, and you think the face-off banner is like, ooh, he won the face. None of that matter. I think I probably lost every face-off. I don't care where we fight because fans, they can't help him, can't hurt me. So the venue does not matter to me at all.
Hi, Curtis. Kaz for Tile Sports Network. I noticed that you was meant to do a podcast with Bisping, and then your coaches said no. I was just wondering why. Was it because you was worried about him breaking down your game plan too much?
Well, we know Bisping's homies, and I don't want to put him in a position where he has to feel like he has to be a certain person around me that he wouldn't be around Aspinall. It was just, I know it's weird, so it was just easier that way. I would love to do a podcast with him after if he still wants me, but yeah, that was our decision. Yeah.
One thing I like seeing is how much you're representing people with stutters, and I was wondering, has many people reached out to you, like, to ask for advice and stuff?
Yeah, I've been getting those for years now, and I never really saw myself as like a spokesman for speech impediments, but it was my dad. He has a speech impediment also. I got it from him. It's hereditary. It's not because CTE. Let's get that out there. I know I get asked that the most. Yeah, I'm happy. My daughter has a speech impediment, and it scares me. I know children are mean. I know how it was for me growing up in Chicago. They can be real mean. It's one of the reasons I went to all-boys school, because I realized when you remove the female, no offense, when you remove the females out of the room, the guys are a lot nicer. That's one of the reasons I went to all-guys high school. Don't regret that. But yeah, I hope other people, young people, old people, anyone with a speech impediment, or anyone who has a connection with anyone with a speech impediment, hope you can look at me and see that you can do whatever you want to do. Like, if you want to be a police officer, my dad's a cop, or just retired. If you want to be whatever, teacher, astronaut, you can, just a speech impediment. It's just, don't allow people in their, like, I used to allow people, when they would ask me my name, I go, and they look at me like, are you special? Do you not know how to pronounce your own name? They used to, like, make me feel some type of way. Now I judge them. Like, are you that ignorant that you think me as a grown man, I don't know how to pronounce my own name? I have a speech impediment. I've gotten over it, but it took me a while until like 27, 28. Doing these interviews helped also. I was a kid in high school. I wouldn't raise my hand if I knew the answer because I was embarrassed. Like, I didn't want people to laugh and all that stuff. I just want those people that also have a speech impediment to know that if people are laughing at you, it doesn't mean anything about you. It means a whole lot more about them and their character.
That's amazing, and it's great representation, so thank you. My last question was, you posted on your Instagram about our crisp flavors. I was wondering, did you try any? Because you said that it was nasty, but cheese and onions banging, actually.
I was scared to eat it.
You were scared?
I was scared to try it. But I'm real picky. I'm super, super basic. Like, back home, hamburgers, hot dogs, Alfredo. I'm picky. I eat like an 8-year-old. So don't use me as your skill for all Americans. Like, I know my brother, he's gonna eat everything when he gets here. He'll be here Friday. He's gonna eat everything. He always does. We're different. So
Thank you. Good luck for Saturday.
good question.
Paddy, I feel like you're always a feature on the UK card. So does this one even feel any different because we're a bit closer to home, or is this just, hey, another UFC London just in a different place?
No, yeah, you're right. It's we're in the north now. You know what I mean? We're not down south. It's not a 4-hour drive away. It's a 40-minute drive from my house. So yeah, we're back in the north, which is nice. And I can't wait to blow the roof off this new arena.
You know, obviously you're fighting Bobby or King Green now. What are your thoughts on the name change? I know you said that you won't be calling him that, but do you think that just kind of speaks to how quirky a character he is in general, or do you think it's a weird thing? What do you make of the whole thing itself?
Oh, it shows what a dickhead he is. You know what I mean? Like, imagine being nearly 40 years of age and changing your name to King. It's embarrassing, lad. You know what I mean? Grow up, innit? Like, as I've said in other interviews, CTE is real.
I feel like every time they put a test in front of you and you pass it, the fans kind of want to change how important that test was after the fact. Do you think that Bobby or King will prove to the fans that you're actually a legitimate lightweight and something that can climb the rankings because he is still active and he is still winning fights?
No matter what. Until I get the belt, people are going to doubt me. People are going to say, this and that. Like, as I said, my last fight with Tony was a lose-lose. If I would have lost, it would have been, being beat by a washed-up Tony. I dominated the fight, but I only beat a washed-up Tony, and I couldn't even finish him. Know what I mean? It's mad. You know, it's like, as I say, I can't win. Obviously, I just get on with it because I can't wait to prove people wrong here, though. I've always seen, you'll never be ranked. He's not good enough to be ranked. And when I win this fight on Saturday night, I'm going to be ranked. But as I say, even in me comments now, it's like, the UFC are giving him another has-been. Like, I can't win, lad, no matter what.
In an interview with Sky Sports, you said that a few weeks ago your coaches were talking about pulling you out of this fight because you weren't in the mental space to take the fight. Did you know during that time that you weren't feeling it, or did when they have to tell you, hey, we don't think you're feeling it, that's when you started to realise?
No, it was a bit of both. You know what I mean? I knew there was stuff going on externally, stuff going on in my head. And obviously when Paul said it to me, I was upset. I was not happy with him. I was angry. But obviously he's my coach, lad, and he's like my second dad. And he's only looking out for my best interest. But since that moment, like, I've had one of the best camps I've ever had, a couple of weeks out. Like, as I say, 4, 5, 6 weeks out, I was thinking, oh my God, this is the worst camp of my life, and I'm going into arguably my toughest fight. But then the last couple of weeks has just been like quality, and I'm looking forward to getting in the octagon again and beating this idiot up.
You know, I think everyone appreciates that you are open about this subject, right? But doing it at this point of fight week, you know, now that everyone, including me, is going to ask you about it, you're almost inviting pressure onto yourself by even being this open about it. Is it just something that you feel like you have to do, or is it something that helps you actually talking about it?
Yeah, obviously getting it off my chest helps, but like, it was Ricky's anniversary 2 days ago, you know what I mean? So, been thinking about it a lot more. And it's been bad again lately. Another lad in Liverpool killed himself a couple of weeks ago. Young MMA fighter Conor Hitchens killed himself like 3 months ago. And he was younger than me. You know what I mean? So I just feel like it's something that needs talking about. And I'll be honest, lads, I've seen Sky Sports put that interview up, and some of the responses to it are fucking disgusting, lad. Like, people saying I'm just doing it for a PR stunt. Like, why would it invite pressure on myself like that for a PR stunt? You know what I mean? It's mad. Like, people saying I'm only doing it for that reason, when I know several people who have killed themselves, and I've thought about it in the past. So why would I bring that sort of pressure on myself? But again, I do it because I feel like I need to, and I don't want more people to kill themselves, especially men. They just don't talk to people and kill themselves. But like, some of the responses to me saying that are like, oh, just kill yourself then. You might as well kill yourself. That's what some of the responses have been, lad. And other people have been like quoting them and putting, no wonder men don't talk when the responses are like this. Like, one of the ones that's proper pissed me off is fucking that video. People saying I'm bullying people in the pub. People saying, oh, he's a pisshead, he's on the aisle and he's bullying people in the pub, coked up. It's like, Lad, I was 2 weeks out from a fight, lad. Do you think I had a drink? I had a diet Red Bull and a fucking water. You know what I mean? And all them people that I'm with are my mates. I went to school with them all. I grew up with them all. They're all coming to fight on Saturday. And they all jumped on me 10 minutes earlier when Cole Palmer scored and celebrated on me. So when my bet come in and I got a last minute winner, lad, I celebrated on them. That's just how the world works, lad.
Going back to King for now, you said that he thought it could be your toughest opponent. Do you think he is?
Well, I think Jared Gordon is still my toughest opponent. Jared Gordon is so underrated that it's unbelievable. Even I underestimated him going into that fight, I'm not going to lie. Thought I was going to run through him. And then when I injured my foot in the first round, it was a completely different ball game. It was my toughest fight to date. Everyone in here probably still thinks I lost that fight. You know what I mean? It was, when I've watched it back, it was a very, very, very close fight. But I still think I won when you watch it without commentary. I can understand why people think I lost when you watch it with commentary. But Jared was a very tough fight, and I think Jared was beating Bobby up until the point when he decided to be a ram and fly and headbutt him. So, yeah, like Jared or Bobby are my toughest fight, definitely.
You obviously had some beef with Jordan Levitt. We all remember the teabagging incident. Then at the press conference with Tony, you went back and forth with him. Where does Bobby or King rank on the beef list for you?
Yeah, probably higher than them all, because 2.5 years ago, when I was sitting with my wife at a show, at a UFC event, he was videoing the back of my head, talking about me, when I probably didn't even know who he was at the time, know what I mean? And he was sitting there videoing the back of my head, talking about me. And then he's trying to come out and say, you mentioned me, Paddy, you talk about me. No, you was talking about me 2.5 years ago, lad. Know what I mean? So don't try and spin the narrative now when you've been wanking over fighting me for 2.5 years.
Going off of that, I think your phrase was, let's see if he has the balls to grapple me. Do you think he actually will try to shoot on you, or do you think he's,
No, he knows better. But the funny thing about that, again, was people saying, he's scared to strike with him. That's why he's saying this. He's scared to strike. But no, I'm going to come out and try and take his head off his fucking shoulders. But he done an Insta story saying anyone can knock anyone out with a lucky punch, but you think you can do something what no one in the UFC has done. Let's find out and all that. And I was like, sound, if you want to find out, hit the deck and grapple with me. Let's see what happens. Because I know I'll drown him.
You also mentioned you don't think people give you the credit until you get the belt, but you also, revealed your contract situation is almost up with the UFC. So does that mean fans can maybe expect you to in the UFC some more if your goal is still the UFC belt?
Why would I leave the UFC? You know what I mean? That got took so much out of context. Like every single thing I do, people spin a narrative on it and change it. You know what I mean? I can't go for this shit without people talking about it, lad, and spinning it, saying, he's shit on someone's face. You know what I mean? Nothing I do cannot be spun out of context, lad. Like, what I said in the interview was, obviously, the UFC, I'm going to get a new contract, but if I got offered millions to box some dickhead YouTuber, then I'd do it. Who wouldn't? We're prize fighters. But yeah, my contract's already getting negotiated. Like, as if the UFC are just going to let me go, lad. Are you fucking messing?
Jolie here for Title Sports Network. Ask and you shall receive, Paddy. Those orange shorts are finally here.
Yeah, finally here, lad. Know what I mean? I was slightly pissed off a couple of weeks ago when I got the call from my manager saying, Bobby's picked red. I can't have red. I was like, what? What's going on here? Know what I mean? I don't want to wear white or black. I want to wear red. You can fuck off. I even said to him, tell them I'm Dutch so I can wear orange shorts. But it ended up working out all right, and I lost when I wore red twice. And as I said before, people think I lost the Jared Gordon fight in red. People think the Tony fight was close in red somehow. So I'm glad to be getting orange back. Know what I mean? I think I'm going to get a nice finish in it like I used to do on Cage Warriors.
Paddy, when you look at Bobby's fighting style, he's got very crisp boxing, but he likes to drop his hands. And we've seen him receive some bad knockouts due to that. Is that why you're so confident that you'll get a knockout against Bobby Green?
Yeah, I think he's underestimating me striking. He's underestimating me power a lot. Like, I'll be honest, I didn't believe in my own power until like the last few months. Like, me boxing coach Chris, me coaches in the gym, Ellis, Paul, Adam, they've like said to me, and even my sparring partners and that have said to me like recently, lad, you don't realise how hard you hit. And the fact that he got knocked out last year, I think twice, or Dober might have been the year before, but Dober knocked him out. And then that terrible stoppage against Jalen Turner, where he took so many unnecessary strikes. I just think he's chinny, you know what I mean? Like, he come back and he beat Jim Miller, yeah. Jim Miller's a grappler, and Jim Miller rocked him in the first round. So, I know for a fact if I put a hand on his chin, or a shin on his chin, that he's not going to get up, lad. He's going to be stiff as a board.
You was discussing those mental health struggles, and in terms of when you're going through a tough time, just talk about how much you value that support network that you have around you, your wife, your teammates, your family, helping you through those times.
Yeah, I've said before, lad, and I wouldn't still be here if it wasn't for my wife. Without Laura, lad, I would have took my life a long time ago. But we're there with my family, with my team, my mates, you know what I mean? Like, where did that interview come out yesterday or today? I've had about 6 messages off my mates, or my boys who I grew up with, like, lad, you're all right, you're all right. But as I said in that, I feel good again now, you know what I mean? I feel great again. A couple of weeks ago, I was getting in touch with Jane, who works at James's place, which is like mental health for men, where you go and speak. I was getting in contact with her to have a chat with her, you know what I mean? Just try and get through it. And as I say, I did, got through it, and lad, I'm ready for anything now, lad.
And I know Renato Moicano was someone that you wanted to fight. He's now matched up with Benoit Saint-Denis. What do you make of that fight, and are you looking for the winner of that one?
Yeah. Like, to be honest, whether Renato wins or loses, I'd still fight him. Like, I think it'd be one of the funniest build-ups to a fight ever. I think he's hilarious. And I think a season of The Ultimate Fighter, me and him as coaches, would be absolutely fantastic. I think everyone would love to see that. He's a proper character, lad. And yeah, I'd love to fight Moicano. I'll be honest, I DM'd Benoit Saint-Denis about 6 months ago, asking did he want to come over to England and get some training in. I'd go over to Paris and get some training with him, because it's not far, you know what I mean? It's only a quick flight, and it'll bring both of our games on a lot.
Best of luck on Saturday.
Just 2 more in the front right here.
Yeah, you weren't happy when he got put it in on before, was you? Wasn't happy, lad.
It just caught me off guard. I don't know if you saw, but on November 1st, they're going to do some rule changes that have...
Oh, yeah, they should. 12-6 elbow should be legal anyway, you know what I mean? I've always said that. It's a stupid rule. Shouldn't be, like, shouldn't get disqualified for the 12-6 elbow. You know what I mean? I'm one of them that says John Jones is unbeaten.
Yeah. So you think John Jones should appeal and try to...
Oh, I think he will appeal, and that loss will be gone. You know what I mean? He definitely will appeal, and that loss will be gone. And also, aren't they changing it so if you just have a hand down, you can get kneed in the head still?
You need at least another part of your body to be downed opponent. So like an elbow or shoulder and knee. It can't just be...
your hand. Yeah. I've used that to my advantage before, like, I'm not going to lie. I've just put a hand down so I can't get kneed, but I completely understand it. I think it should be like that. It really should. I'm with it. I'd be game for knees to a grounded opponent, lad. Know what I mean? I'd be game for that. Like, not stomps, but I'd be game for soccer kicks as well.
Sure.
Yeah, I think it'd make it even more interesting, make it spicier.
And then just last one, can I get your thoughts on the main and co-main event for UFC 304?
Yeah, obviously I'm backing the fellow Englishman, goes without saying. I think Belal's got so much better since the first fight, but I think Leon was on his way to finishing him in that fight, and I think he gets a finish. And obviously, and he's only young, but also I've got to give a big shout out to Liam Malloy, lad. Liam Malloy, he's only a young pro from our gym. He's a southpaw, and he's done a lot of rounds with me leading up to this, and a lot of fight run-throughs, and I can't thank him enough as well.
And your hair is iconic, but against Tony Ferguson, you decided to do braids. What are you doing this time out?
Yeah, I'll be getting cornrows again. It sways people's minds when I get it with a little punch and my hair goes like that. Know what I mean? As I say, when I watched the Jared Gordon fight back, he was hitting me with little shots, and the commentator's like, "Oh, he's being rocked." And it's like, no, it hardly fucking hit me. Know what I mean? But because my hair moves like that, people are like, "Oh, he's hurt," when I'm not. So from this day forward, I will be getting cornrows.
Paddy, can I? You mentioned the talent there. That's at Next Gen. You've mentioned before that you'd love to fight at Anfield. Is that something you've discussed with anyone at Liverpool or anyone at the UFC? And how likely do you think that would be to happen one day? I mean, Anfield's hosting big concerts this summer. I mean, surely UFC would be made at home there.
Yeah, I've spoke to people at Anfield about it, lad. I've spoke to like the COO of the football club, and they're all willing to and happy to get it on. You know what I mean? They want to do it. They've said it to me plenty of times, lad. I sit in the Legends Lounge in the Anfield when I go to the game, and like I've been in the boardroom and stuff like that, where the CEO of the club and that's it, and they want to do it. You know what I mean? So I'd love the UFC to get in contact with them and get it done.
Would you wait for a title fight, or?
No, we don't need to wait for the title fight, lad. I'll sell that out without a title. It goes without saying. And what's in Anfield now, like 60,000, and then seats on the floor, be about 70, 80,000, lad. And I'll just sell that out, I promise you now.
Absolutely. And your first fight as a father, does that change anything, your mentality going into a fight? Obviously, you're not just doing it for yourself now, and you have, obviously, you've got kids at home to kind of build their future as well. I mean, does that change the mentality at all?
Yeah, of course, a little bit it does, because it's not just me that I've got to care about now. I've got to put food on the table for my family, and that's what I'm coming to do. You know what I mean? I'm not going to let Bobby Green take food out my daughter's mouth. I need to win this fight to propel myself to the next level, and that's what I'm going to do. It's as simple as that. There's no way he's stopping me from feeding my family.
Best of luck Saturday.
Paddy, just down to you, right. In terms of what you said before, in terms of what you said before, you can't even go to the toilet without a story being spun. How tiring is it being Paddy?
It's annoying, like, you know what I mean? Literally, I can't move, lad, without people saying I'm doing it for a reason, or I've done this, or I've done that. Like, lad, remember when I knocked on that woman's house because my dog had a shit outside her house? Lad, people were saying that was staged. How can I stage my dog having a piss out of his arse, lad? You know what I mean? How can I stage that, lad? I can't. And people just love to talk shit about me, lad. And as I said earlier, people love taking things out of context. Like that video the other week, you know what I mean? People just took it completely out of context and made loads of lies up about it. Where if all you've got to do is come and speak to me about it and fact check. And I spoke to a couple of England fans and explained it to them. And they were all like, "Oh yeah, I understand, mate." Know what I mean? Where people just jump on the bandwagon of hate because it's popular to hate on me and to make stuff up about me. So I'm used to it, lad. It's been happening since I was an amateur at 16, beating people up in a shithole by ours called the Olympia. Anyone else? No? We're good?
You're good. You just startled me.
Yeah, I don't know. Just came out of nowhere. I should have known because you asked the 12 to 6 elbows every guy, so I should have.
Never do it again. How far you flew and then got delayed.
I don't know if you heard.
I'll buy you a drink if you do it again.
Yeah, actually do that. That will be changed.
That's not the same lens, but longer as in this is 60. That's that one's semi over.
Can if you want, yeah. Tom, obviously this is sort of the card dreams are made of, right? The homecoming, new arena, championship belt on the table in front of you. I feel like it's something that you will enjoy, but are you making sure this week that you need to enjoy it, and are you enjoying this week so far?
I'm enjoying myself so far, yeah. This is, as you just said, like, when I got into this sport, which is quite a long time ago now, this is what I dreamed of, is being, you know, weeks like this week, nights like Saturday night. This is, I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be. By the way, who was sat here last?
Paddy.
Smells a bit strange up here. What's going on? Must be you guys. But yeah, this is, I'm looking forward to it. Very looking forward. I'm looking forward to it very much.
If, as some people are predicting, you know, you defend the belt on Saturday and then eventually they promote it to being the undisputed belt after John walks away, do you think this one should count as a title defense?
I don't really know. I mean, I'm not really focused on that right now, to be honest. I'm just focused on, like, all that stuff is kind of like out of my control. Like, all this political stuff with John and Stipe and the interim stuff and the defense stuff, like, I'm not really too bothered about it. I just focused on beating Curtis Blaydes, and that's it.
As a percentage, how much harder are your hands after soaking them in the gasoline?
Mate, they're like absolute stones. You know what? I seen them new gloves. They sent me some of them new gloves, and they're a lot smaller than the other ones. There's a lot less padded on them, and I just thought, you know what? I need to harden the knuckles up, and that's the only way that I know how. So I've been doing the old gypsy method of dipping them in petrol, and it's they're like rocks, mate. Yeah.
Is any part of you concerned about the obvious health risks of putting your hands in petrol for prolonged periods?
Which are what?
I don't know. I just feel like having a flammable liquid seep into your hands is probably going to cost you at some point.
They're doing all right so far, mate. We'll find out on Saturday night, won't we? We'll find out if I get a disgusting knockout on Saturday, you better believe that half of the roster are going to be dipping the knuckles in petrol. So it'll be all good.
I know, obviously, like, life doesn't really go past this weekend, but should you get the win this weekend, does it make sense for you to be in November, in Madison Square Garden in November watching those two fight?
I mean, that'll be a lot of fun. I love New York, love MSG, so that would be great.
Tom, right here. Before Curtis's last fight, he said that, you know, a lot of fans and pundits kind of view him as the gatekeeper of heavyweight. Like,
Yeah.
you can't be a contender until you face Curtis. But you yourself said that you take Curtis Blaydes very, very seriously. So do you view Curtis Blaydes as a gatekeeper, or is that just a moniker?
No, I don't at all. I think the guy's been in the top 10 for a long time. He's done basically everything that there is to do apart from win a title. Curtis Blaydes has done so. I respect him a lot. I respect what he's all about. I respect him as a person, as an athlete, everything. And I've taken him took him. Yeah, whatever. I have taken him very seriously in the build-up, and I am taking this fight very, very seriously. I'm not looking past him at all.
Obviously, a lot of people point to your athleticism and speed as kind of what sets you apart in the heavyweight division. Do you think Curtis is that heavyweight that can match you in the athletic department?
No.
He also, Curtis, obviously, he comes with a very high-level grappling background. You yourself are a black belt. You have a tattoo on your wrist. Normally, when we see two grapplers in there, it can turn into a striking battle. So, how do you rate Curtis Blaydes striking?
Well, I think I'm first of all a grappler, but I've also been doing MMA a long time. The same as Curtis is first of all a wrestler, but he's been doing MMA a long time. So, even though we've got like both decent grappling backgrounds, this is an MMA fight. So, I rate Curtis's. I don't know. For me, I think I look at it a little bit different to a lot of other people. Is like I don't look at it like individual stuff. I don't look at it like, oh, this guy's a good wrestler and this guy's a good striker or whatever. Like this is MMA. I look at MMA as a sport of its own. I don't look at it as 5, 6, 7 different disciplines. Like for me, it's one discipline. It's the discipline of MMA, and you need to be sufficient standing, grappling, on the ground, on the fence, on your back, on top, doing everything. Like you need to be good at everything in this sport. So. Yeah, we're both decent at grappling, but we're both, top of the top level MMA fighters, so it's going to be interesting.
Well, I asked Curtis this too, and I'm curious your thoughts. Do you think heavyweights get credit for being well-rounded martial artists, or because to Curtis said you can't really go in there and trade like lightweights because when you touch them on the chin, you kind of go to sleep. Do you think heavyweights get credit as being well-rounded martial artists?
I mean, probably not. Like we're definitely getting better in terms of skill, but I think as far as guys who actually are good in all aspects of MMA, I think there's probably 7 or 8 of us who are like elite level at MMA. The other guys are more like guys who can knock you out, and that's really it. Do you know what I mean? And that's MMA's like heavyweight MMA's kind of got its own rules in that regard. At any other division, you need to be like fully skilled everywhere, whereas in the heavyweight division, it's just like there's still guys knocking around who they just need to hit you once, but they're not really great everywhere else.
When Curtis fought in Denver, he said he wasn't the biggest fan of fighting at home because you're kind of being pulled in multiple directions. How has it been for you, as the champion fighting at home?
Well, I've been pulled in multiple directions, but yeah, it's I mean, it's fine. Like this is my 4th time fighting in the UK actually. And this time I'm not main event, so I'm sure Leon will be able to give you a more accurate response than I am. But I mean, there's definitely a lot of pressure. There's a lot more pressure fighting here than there is anywhere else. But I'm accustomed to the pressure at this point. Like I'm friggin' #1 heavyweight in the world. If I can't deal with pressure now, then I'm probably doing the wrong thing with my life. So I'm all right with it.
And last one for me, I don't know if you saw, but on November 1st, they're going to rule out some of the rule changes that are going to allow 12 to 6 elbows, and they're going to redefine what a grounded opponent is in the octagon. I'm curious, did you hear about this, and what do you make of the rule changes?
I heard something about it before, but I weren't really paying attention to what someone was telling me, to be honest. So I think that's pretty good. So they're letting people... What's the second one, sorry?
So you need to have more than just your hands.
Yeah.
You can't have to have your elbow, your shoulder, your knee. You can't just kind of posture up with your hand.
Yeah, well, I think that's a bit of a silly rule. Anyway, those two, in my opinion, they're good changes. Like they should change them over. And I also think they should allow knees to the head on the ground as well. Well, I guess that kind of is knees to the head on the ground, no?
I don't think if they're grounded.
No, I think they should allow that. Yeah.
John said he's going to try to appeal his previous loss to Matt Hamill because of the 12-6 is now allowed. Do you think it should be overturned to a win?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's a silly rule. I don't know if you can do that like 10 years after the fact, though. Maybe, or however long ago it was. Maybe you can. I mean, we talk about John Jones. The guy has his own rules, so maybe you can.
Tom, you have the shortest average fight time in UFC history, 2 minutes 10. Now, if you didn't already know that, now you do. Is that something that you want to keep going? You want to hold on to that mantle?
I mean, it's nice to have, but it's not something I've tried to have. Do you know what I mean? Like, I always go into a fight, honestly, on the contrary to what people think, I prepare for a hard 5 rounds every time. And I see, I always get the same thing from my opponents on my opponent's team. And it's like, oh, we're going to drag him into deep water. We're going to bring him to a place he's never been before. The reason I've never been to them places before is because no one's good enough to take me yet. And that's not me being cocky, that's the reality of it. So everybody comes in and says, yeah, we're going to drag him into deep water, we're going to take him to this miserable place, blah, blah, blah. Like, brilliant, I'm prepared for it. Take me there, please, because I've never been there and I want to see how it goes myself. It's not, I'm not shying away from that at all. Like, if somebody can take me to the 3rd, 4th, 5th round in a competitive fight, fantastic.
Because you've been nowhere close to seeing those rounds. And Curtis's team, you know, they've not tried to keep anything secret. They've said that the aim of the game is to try and dominate you on the ground and split you open with elbows. But they're underestimating your incredible jiu-jitsu, aren't they? Do you feel that that would feed into an aspect of your game that has rarely been seen?
I don't think they're underestimating me at all. I think that's just talk. And talk is talk and fighting's fighting. So we'll find out on Saturday.
Final one from me. Has it been surreal, you know, when you look back where you were 10 years ago to now seeing that Atherton is featuring very prominently on the UFC Embedded Fight Week? Is that crazy to see, you know, where you're at and, you know, where the town's at as well?
Yeah, we'd love to see it. We love to see it as Atherton boys, don't we?
Very, very nice. I'm
No,
absolutely
it's really nice. Yeah, it's really, really nice. And the people love it as well. Do you know what I mean? There's not a lot happens in that town. So to be able to, and that's not me, you know, I'm not saying anything bad. I'm not saying anything bad. If I can like bring some positive light to that, that's fantastic.
Are you anticipating another mural, one that you're a bit happier with the arms?
Yeah, the arms are very small. I think my arms are quite decent. And then when I seen that, I was like, oh. And I don't know why also. I'm still confused as to why I'm dressed up as a Roman. Like, I don't know why that, as a gladiator or whatever it is. I have no idea why that is, but it's, of course, I'm honoured for having my face up in my hometown in a massive scale at school, but I don't know why as a gladiator. I still don't understand it.
Tom, down here to your left. How was the social media detox for you going into this fight? Is the first time you've done it?
Yeah, pretty good. Excuse me. Yeah, a lot better than. I mean, I still use my phone and stuff all the time, but I'm just not scrolling all day every day. I would just, to anybody who's going through any kind of, if they're feeling overwhelmed in their life, if they feel like they've got too much on or whatever, or you know, they're feeling a bit anxious about stuff, first thing you should do, cut out social media. Try a month without it and see how you get on. Do what I did, delete the apps so you can't go back on it again. Because I was seriously addicted to scrolling. And yeah, my life is a lot better without reading hundreds of people's opinions of me every day. Do you know what I mean? It's like every time I go on there, I get tagged in stuff and I read the comments. And
that's a mistake.
It's a mistake. It's a massive mistake, but it's an addiction like anything else. So the only way I was to tackle it really was to delete the app. And I've been back on here and there. Like I had to get someone's number, so I had to re-download it and DM them and ask for the number. And before I know it, I'm scrolling again for another 10 minutes. So I got the number, deleted the app again. I had to do a social media post for a sponsor as well. I downloaded X again because I couldn't find my password, and I had to try passwords. And then anyway, before I know it, I'm scrolling again. So I had to delete it again. And yeah, it's just, I'm just in a lot better place mentally without it. Like I still post on there. I've got my social media guy, Charlie, who runs my YouTube and everything. Like he's posting, everything's done through me. So it's all authentic. Do you know what I mean? It's not someone else physically posting, but it's coming from me. It's not like someone's full-time doing it. But my life's a lot better without reading a load of people's opinions all the time. Honestly, I was at the spot where I was in a point where I didn't even really know my own opinion on stuff anymore because I'm reading too many other people's opinions. I don't know, we're getting a bit deep up here, but it was it was full on, and I'm better off without it. Yeah.
Yeah, that led into my next question. There, giving you a lot more clarity in this preparation for Curtis.
Yeah, your life and fight preparation coincides a lot in my experience anyway. Like if I'm not happy in my day-to-day life, I'm not performing too well in the gym. So I'm much happier without social media. I won't be going back on it after my fight either. So I'll, I might download it and have a look here and there, but I'll never have the app on my phone full time again. Never.
Fair enough. And last one from me. Where would you rank Curtis in the list of your opponents in terms of overall skill set?
Number one. This guy's the hardest fight in my career, easily.
Cheers, man.
Hey, Tom. I think a lot of people coming into this fight are cottoning on to what you guys are doing in the gym and building that heavyweight kind of super team. Are you fielding like more fighter requests to come down and get involved, and are you expecting more, with a win this Saturday?
I mean, it's really nothing to do with me. It's to do with my dad. But that's just something that's kind of happened like organically. We never set out and were like, right, we're gonna get 20 heavyweights on the mat every day. I just kind of like needed big guys to train with. The big guys were kind of local, so we started training together. And then more guys started coming down, and we had guys that, we brought more guys in for sparring, and they liked it. And then before we know it, we have like 20 international guys, heavyweights on the mat every day. It's absolutely insane. And I've obviously brought guys over as well to help me train for this fight specifically. But my training situation absolutely couldn't be better, and I've leveled up massively since my last fight.
And looking back to the last fight with Curtis, after the fight you shared a beer, talking about some of your memories from that moment, did it feel like unfinished business even when you're sharing a pint with him?
Yeah, absolutely. Curtis is a good guy, man. Curtis is a nice guy from my knowledge of him. And I'm sure he thinks similar to me. I don't know, I can't speak for him, but I'm definitely going to try and knock his head off his shoulders this Saturday. And I'm sure he'll say the same for me. Do you know what I mean? That's the sport. But Curtis, as a human being, from my experience at least, is a good guy.
Just finally from me, the pound for pound debate rages on. Dana White, whenever he gets a chance, he'll tell you John Jones is the man. Other people say he's not active enough, and you're in a position to comment on that. What do you think?
What is this pound for pound bullshit? It's a load of rubbish. It's like saying, it just doesn't even make sense. Like, don't get me started on that shit. It's just like, how can you have a pound for pound? What does that mean if everyone's the same size? So how can you compare Demetrius Johnson's style to Brock Lesnar's style and say if they're the same? Like, they've got completely different attributes. It's like, I've got a bulldog, right? It's like saying, right, if my bulldog had a really long neck, it would win a giraffe or the bulldog. Like, it's absolute bullshit. How can you even compare it? It's a lot of rubbish.
Tom here. How much of this fight is mental due to the way the first fight with Curtis ended?
Every fight's mental. Every fight's like a solid 50% mental, in my opinion. For me, that fight's in the past. I'm not focused on that too much. That wasn't really a fight. Curtis is a good guy. He brings good skills. He's great everywhere. And we're two different guys now than we were 2 years ago. MMA moves really quick. So, yeah, this is a new fight for me, really.
And you were Muhammad Mokaev's first ever Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu coach. What was it like? What has it been like seeing his rise up this flyweight division?
Yeah, I don't know. Did he tell you that?
He said it in an interview a couple.
Oh, right, maybe. I don't know. Because I used to teach a kids class, and he would come to the kids class. So that's how it worked. Yeah, I've known Muhammad since he was like 11, 12 years old. Since he first came to this country, really. I'm not involved in his career anymore. I don't know what he's doing at the moment, but I speak to him all the time. We're friends. But since before he was even fighting, really, he's like special. He's a special guy. And I believe he's definitely going to be a champion in the flyweight division for sure.
What do you think of his fight with Manel Kape?
In all honesty, and this is nothing against Manel Kape, I don't really watch flyweight MMA, so I don't really know much about him, to be honest. So I don't know how the fights. I don't have an accurate assessment. I watch Muhammad because Muhammad's my friend, and I'm interested in him, obviously. As far as the flyweight divisions, usually, in all honesty, I'm fast forwarding the flyweights.
Tom, just down to you, right? In terms of it being a Manchester card, and I know you're not the main event, but do you feel more pressure because this is everything that you asked for in terms of coming to Manchester?
Are you saying that the UFC are in Manchester because of me? Is that what you're saying?
I feel like you're
That's
a bit
what
of
it
a
sounds
part of
like.
it, mate.
I'll embrace that if you are. No, I'm just joking. I feel pressure at every fight. I really, really don't want to get knocked out in front of millions of people. So, regardless if it's in Manchester or wherever else it is, I'm feeling the pressure. Do you know what I mean? But I'm definitely feeling the pressure, but I'm not feeling it any more than normal right now. But at 5 a.m. on Sunday morning, when the walls are vibrating when I'm in the changing rooms and I can hear the crowd, maybe I'll feel different. But right now it feels quite normal.
And what would your advice be to the other fighters who are here in Manchester? What would you have them doing while they're here?
To be honest, like I've travelled quite a bit with fighting now, and you can't really enjoy the places where you go when you're fighting. Do you know what I mean? Like you're stressed out, so you can't really enjoy it. But I was saying the other day to somebody, like if you're coming to Manchester to like have a good time and watch a fight, I personally think it might be the best city in the world for that. Like to show up, to go to some bars, to explore in the daytime and watch a good scrap on a weekend and then leave the day after. Probably the best city in the world, mate, in my opinion.
we doing good today, guys?
Good, thank you.
Cheers.
Cheers.
So I'm an Englishman.
Well, King, from right here, obviously hostile territory here in Manchester. Is this an environment that you thrive in, coming across the pond and challenging one of their hometown fighters?
I don't know if it's been so hostile yet. I've been getting love. I didn't know I'm international, you know? I've been getting love. I got one objective, go out there and do what I do. I'm not really tripping about the crowd or anything like that. That's not even important. They can't fight. They can't get in the cage, you know? And so it's just me and him.
Belal was in here too, and he said he was surprised at the amount of love he would get walking around the city. Were you expecting maybe a more hostile reaction, and that kind of caught you off guard?
Yeah. Be honest, I was kind of shocked. Like, I done met at least a good 10 people say, hey, fuck Paddy up. I'm like, what? You're English. You're from over here. He's like, yeah, but we don't like him. He talks too much. He's like this. I'm like, wow. So I like it.
He was in here earlier, and he said he doesn't want to call you king. His reasoning was, CTE is real when he's talking about you. So, what's your reaction to him not wanting, call you by the name that you've chosen?
Oh yeah, I didn't know that. This is the thing. He's been talking a lot, and I feel like it's been kind of pissing me off. But then I realized, when I started thinking about it today, I was like, man, my shit has been tested through time. We know what I do. I do this every time. Yeah, you come up short a little once in a blue moon, cool. But his has not been tested. He has to go in there and deal with that, And especially to say what you're saying, you got to go back that up. Like his stinker fight, he threw a fight against Tony. That shit was a stinker. When I went to Tony, it was a totally different reaction in the two fights.
You said that he's been talking about you, but he brought up a video from, I think, a couple of years ago, and he said that you started this by videotaping him and saying stuff, and you're the first person to bring him up. So, in your mind, where did this actually start?
He's correct. The thing is, the kid was getting a little too brash, Like, I'm a humble guy. I believe in being humble. For some reason, he keeps kind of calling me a cocky guy. He's a cocky fucker. But, to me, it's like, I've earned my spot. I've been here for so long. I think I'm here 12 years now, fighting. And not just 12 years where I fight once a year and I hang out and then I come back the next year and I fight. Like, no, consistently, like, doing 4 or 5 fights a year, And so, for me, it's a little bit different where I've earned my spot. That guy was running his mouth and doing all this barking, and I'm like, who is that guy, And then he got into it with Ariel, and he was trying to make Ariel pay him. I'm like, what? Ariel don't pay nobody. Ariel don't pay Conor McGregor. Why do we got to pay that guy? And so he just started, like, acting like he was, like, the big shit, And it's like, man, you don't know, like, I think that the problem for me is, like, I call him the spoiled kid, the spoiled kid. Certain kids that don't know that you got the whole house. Everything's been built around you. And I think it goes back for me to, like, my days where I come from, like, because I didn't have a mom and dad. I seen those kids act like that at school. I'm like, man, they don't even know how they treat their mom and their dad. They're like spoiled, And he acts the same way. It's like he doesn't realize the UFC's working with him, giving him every opportunity. They're building you. I had to earn it. They had to put me through the fire. I've been forged by fire. They built you, And there's a difference between us too. And so, I don't want to talk too much.
Well, kind of going off of that, even when you made your debut, like all the way back against Jacob Volkman to now, like you said, you went through the fire, and Paddy's kind of had this rise in popularity. Does any sort of part of you resent like the UFC's kind of putting all this behind him when you've been doing this for so long?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. It's the spoiled kids versus the cool kids. The real ones. Like, you don't know that he's getting just the door open. He gets to walk through it, and all he has to do is shut up, smile, and he's got the whole oyster, But somewhere in there, you got to start getting brash. I feel like once you start winning, you can get drunk off of it, Where you start feeling yourself, and you're like, man. And he starts talking shit. He's feeling himself, like, yeah. But somebody hasn't popped that bubble yet, Nobody's burst your bubble and let you know, like, that's a false reality. So he came over here to my side of it. I'm like, oh, there he is. That's that guy's been talking shit. So he said I was scared to go up to him or something. First of all, I was with my girl, and I noticed he was with his girl. And the girl I was with, she's a gangster. She would have jumped in the fight with me. and probably try to beat his girlfriend up or something like that. So it's like, I just knew the situation what it was going to be. I was like, nah, it's probably not a good idea. I'm just going to pick at him and just go, hey, Paddy, you know? And I was telling my guys to tag him in something to let him know I'm on his scent, you know? It wasn't nothing like, oh, my God, I'm going to pick him. I need to fight him right now or nothing like that. I'm just being funny. But that was the first time, and so I started it, yeah.
In terms of the actual fight, he's been on record saying, you know, let's see if he has the balls to grapple me, and there's levels to this shit. So how do you see this fight playing out?
I was telling him if he wants to grapple, bro, there's grappling matches. You know, there's a thing called Grappler Quest and all that. We came to see a fight. And I don't know about them, but I know the Englishmen want to see a fight. You know, they want to see somebody go out there and throw those knuckles. And so if he wants to do a grappling match, I told him just lay on his back. Just lay on your back and see how it goes from there. Just go ahead and lay on your back and see if you want to do a jiu-jitsu match. I came to fight. And don't think I'm scared of the ground. Look at our 2 fights. I tapped Tony out. He couldn't even tap him. You know, I don't know why people keep thinking I don't got this grappling. So he also tapped out what's his name, Jordan Levy. Yeah. So I hit Jordan up. Jordan's my guy. I hit him up. Let's train together. You know, I want to see what this is all about. I tapped out Jordan like 3 times. I was like, he didn't do anything special. Like, but people don't know. So I got jiu-jitsu too. It's just like, it's not the thing that people want to see. Like I'll listen to the crowd and then go, boo. I'm like, oh, that's not a good sign. So I don't do those things, you know? Once my crowd starts letting me know they don't like what they want to see, I don't want to give you that you don't want to see. You guys pay for this, so I'm going to give you what you want.
Bobby, two more quick ones. I don't know if you saw, but on November 1st, they're going to introduce a new rule set that they approved that will allow 12.
Oh, I was going to be trying to tear him up right now. I thought it was already approved. I was going to go 12-6 if he dropped his head down there. He's getting it 12-6. 12-6. But I guess not. Okay.
They also are redefining the ground opponent, so you need more than just your hand on that. So I think
that's all November.
Yeah, November 1st.
Oh, okay. Man, I was about to be doing some shit. I was like, it's new rules. I'll tell my buddies, I'm going 12-6 on these guys. I guess I gotta wait.
And then final one. Can I just get your thoughts on the main and co-main?
Main and co-main. I like Aspinall. Tom's the shit. You know, Tom's I feel like a new age heavyweight. Love to see his style, you know. I used to be like a Sergey fan, and he creamed Sergey. So I was like, man, I like the way he was bouncing and moving. I'm like, look at his head before he move like that. So that was dope. Like he's got it, and he understands more fighting to me and what fighting should look like. So I'm going with Tom on that one. I don't pick by what I think. I pick by who I like and who I think is the shit, you know. And then I'm gonna go with Leon. You know, Leon's headshot. You know, bang. Let's go.
Bobby, Paddy believes that he will knock you out on the feet. What have you made of his stand-up so far since his UFC debut?
See, that guy talks a lot. And the difference is he's got to back it up. He's got to back it up. He was shooting all over Tony. He was trying to sniff somebody's crotch, you know? To me, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You got to prove it. He's going to knock me out. He's going to knock me out. And I'm being humble. That's a possibility. Anything's possible in this game. You could throw a lucky shot and catch a guy. But I've never seen him hurt a guy with one shot, you know? He's going to hit me with more than one shot. I don't know. I don't see it possible.
Are you enjoying the verbal back and forth with him? Do you feel like it's going to bring out the best of you?
I think he is, you know? I got this thing when you start saying certain things to me, I take it so personal that, like, I don't forget it, and it pushes me to a new level. My coach is like, man, he's excited for this fight because he knows most guys don't say stuff like this, you know? So it gets me to another place. When I finally find something I can find on him, that's what I did to Dawson. I mean, that's what I did to whatever his name is. All these, Alaquinta, you know, those guys that got finished, they were saying little things that I was like, oh, he said something that's interesting. Now I'm mad. And so he's going to put me in that place where I'm going to lose myself.
When you get in that flow state with that crisp boxing, it's really exciting to watch. But I think your opponents get that confidence from when you drop your hands. Is that something that you'll still be looking to do on Saturday night? I know it's like a taunting aspect that you like to do, get them into a false sense of confidence. Is that something that will always be a part of your game?
It's the thing that sets me apart from everyone else. Who else you see out there with their hands down? I'm the only guy. I don't know what that was, but okay. But yeah, I'm that only guy, you know. I gotta be something that's different from everybody else. You know, I don't want to be like everybody else. I don't look like everybody else, as you can see. You know, I don't want to be like nobody else. And so, to me, those things are more important than just trying to win a fight. Like, to impress the English men is more important to me than to go out there and win the fight. Some things are more important than just winning. Those guys got lost in that. I was impressed on the package I'm bringing. Every time I come, it's this, you know. You're gonna get a 90%. Oh, that was a fight of the night type of stuff energy with me, and so I like to stay more so there, you know. It's a lot behind what I do and what I do it.
Earlier today, there's an interview came out with Paddy where he admitted that 5 weeks ago his coaches were considering pulling him from the fight because mentally he wasn't feeling up for a camp. When you hear that, is that something you can take? Can you take anything away from that, or do you think, hey, he's just dealing with his own personal battle and it's nothing to do with?
Did he say why?
He just said he was feeling depressed. There's a lot of stuff going on.
He said that it was the hardest camp because he had his babies.
There was some other stuff as well. I think he lost.
You know, and that was bothering him. And so I had to make sure he knows I had a baby. Like, he had his babies like a year ago, you know? I had babies during this actual camp. And that's the difference between me and him. I'm going to keep proving it. That's the difference between you and I. It's levels. And I could name 1,000 things why we different. 1,000 things why we're different. I had babies during this camp. My baby a month old now. So that means I had it in camp, you know? And so don't even trip. I'm going to show the difference between us.
Do you look at him? You said he's like the spoiled kid, right? And you're the guy who went through the fire. Do you think it's almost like your duty to the other guys like you, the other veterans, to prove that, hey, these young guys might be getting all the shine from the promotion, but if they don't have the skill, they can't beat us?
Facts, you know? It's just what it is. And I keep hearing so many people, you know, kick his ass. Like, I've never seen so many people want to see him get his ass kicked. It's kind of amazing to me. I'm like, what the? I would think you would like him. No. Everybody wants to see him get his ass kicked. Sheesh.
King over here. You said a lot about Paddy's character and his personality. As an actual fighter, what do you think he does well, and what do you think you need to be most wary of when you're in there with him on Saturday?
This would be I'm not trying to be an asshole or anything like that, because this is going to sound wild, but I want to say nothing. But, like, I'm not trying to discredit him like that either, okay? I'm not trying to be like him and talk a bunch of shit and put the man down. I'm saying he's not bad at nothing, okay? But I don't know. I just see, like, oh, you're not, like, there's certain levels at this that you can see, because I've been on the war field so long that I can look at a warrior and go, oh, that's a warrior right there. I can see, oh, he's a warrior. She's a warrior, you know? Just in a matter of a minute of watching your fight. I can watch how you move, what you do, and how you're doing your setups. Tells me how long you've been in this game and how well you're versed at this. And I went, oh, he doesn't know that. Or he does this thing. He doesn't do that well. Interesting. He should know that by now if he thinks he's this and that, you know? But that's just my own take. I'm not trying to really put the man down. I'm having a good time out here. I'm going to kick his ass. I'm going to laugh. I'm going to fucking talk shit to him because I know what I'm doing. Like, he doesn't know what he's about to get into. He couldn't find a guy in England that looked like me or moved like me. He couldn't find not one person here. I can find 1,000 hymns.
And in terms of your career, you know, you've been in the UFC fighting at the top level for a long time now, putting on exciting fights over and over again. At this stage in your career, what is the main career goal for King Green right now? This new chapter of your career under your newly adopted name.
It's been the same goal. The goal ain't never changed. Get some money, you know? Get some money and get a lot of it. But really, like I got 3 houses right now. I got an apartment complex. So paying those things off now, just having ownership. That's why I call myself king also, is me and my boys were arguing, and I was like, especially with black guys. There's a bunch of black guys in the room. You can't tell a black guy he's not a king. Everybody feels like you're a king, and everybody wants to be a king. It's just their thing with black guys. So I'm like, this isn't the thing, though. Where's your castle? And they're like, I got a house. I got an apartment that I rent. You know, I got a house that I rent. I'm like, yeah, but any day if you don't pay your rent, they'll take that motherfucker, you know? And so it's about ownership. And I was like, you don't own it. You're not a king. And so the work that it takes to own a home it takes a lot of work. It takes 30 years on a 30-year mortgage. It takes a blah, 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 you know? And so for me, I own one of my houses already, you know? I'm going on my second to be owned. And so it's like ownership, you know? You can't take this from me. I built this, I earned this, and it's mine.
Thanks very much.
King, back here. King.
Oh, yeah,
Back here.
there we go. I got one more question. Who is he? Do I get to
here.
pick who? I want to pick who. Who all had the questions? I like the guy with the red hair. I got to give it to the guy with the red. Oh, man, no. We got to give it to my boy over here. We got to give it to my boy. Go ahead. Got to give you some love.
Right. Obviously, you're no stranger to Arman and Islam, so I just wanted your thoughts on how you think that fight's going to go down.
Oh, I don't like your question. Never mind. Let's go here. Let's go here. I got to shake it up a little bit. Let's shake it up.
We've seen Paddy with the orange shorts. When are you getting your custom shorts?
Oh, you know how to piss me off, see? You know how to piss me off. That's why I'm kicking his ass a little bit more. That's what I'm talking about, the spoiled kids. I've worked so hard for this fucking company. I've took so many fights on short notice, broken hand, this and that. Threw the company on my back 1,000 times. Fought a guy, had to come back fight Islam 10 days later. I've done the most for this fucking company to get my shorts. But this guy just gets to come here and walk in and get them. It's like, wow, okay. That's what I'm talking about, that spoiled shit. All he had to do was say, hey, I want my shorts. They give him his shorts. So now I'm going to kick his ass for that reason. I'm kicking his ass for that. And that's it. Let's go.
Mo, it's good to see you. How's things?
All good. Just to make weight. That's it.
Speaking of making weight, Manel was in here earlier today, and he said that he's the lightest he's ever been for a fight week. He said he's 133 pounds at the moment. You think he's going to make weight? You have any concerns?
He's better be. It's better to make weight.
Fair enough. And it's well documented that you're from this area, from Wigan, Greater Manchester. I mean, how does it feel for you to be able to finally compete here?
It's amazing, especially I have been at UFC 204 at this hotel, seeing a guy from our region, Alberto Mena, fighting against Leon Edwards that time, and now like I'm fighting myself at UFC 304, and it's amazing to fight in Manchester.
Did you always know when you were there watching the Bisping-Henderson fight that you would one day be competing here?
Of course, I think I got motivated first from UFC when Michael Bisping fought Anderson Silva in London. I was at the card. My brother Rustam Khabilov fought against Norman Park that time. And then I came to UFC second time in Manchester, and I got motivated. And I believe a lot of young generation will sit in the crowd watching us fighters, and will be in that cage one day.
And a lot of people, I think the general consensus is that Manel is going to be the toughest test of your career. How do you assess this fight and matchup?
Every fight somebody is saying it's your toughest test. Toughest test is myself to get inside the octagon in shape without getting sick. That's it. All of them, they're all same. 2 legs, 2 arms, 1 head. What's special about them is all about mentality. And I'm undefeated, and he has 6 defeats on his record. That shows difference.
And I got to ask, you must have seen the chopping and changing and positioning of your fight. At one point, it was a feature prelim. Now it's on the early prelims. Do you have any understanding as to why that's changed?
Maybe my style is boring. Maybe Manel is 50-50 that they're scared to if he makes weight or not. But it doesn't matter what time to beat him.
And do you think a win over Manel will get you that title shot against Pantoja?
I think if it's excited fight as people want to see, these casuals, And if they want to see if they see excited fight, I think everyone gonna talk about that. I deserve this belt, but I think I deserve even earlier. But whatever, yeah. Doesn't matter when to fight them. I have to fight them all anyway.
Muhammad, in front right here. Manel was in here and he alluded to something along the lines of you don't train at ATT anymore because Pantoja would tap you out a lot. Do you think he's just making that up, or where's he getting the story from?
100% he made that up. I have trained with Pantoja's coach, Parompa, in his gym. I have trained with him. It's definitely between me and Pantoja equal rounds, like everybody's seen in the gym. I want to lie, you know, but why he's worried who tapped me out? I do get tapped in the gym. I do get knocked down in the gym. I do lose rounds in the gym. Okay, that's the gym. Shoot your mouth, man.
On his Instagram, he also posted like he's been training with Umar and Tagir, and Habib was training, FaceTiming him, and he captioned it, if I don't go to Dagestan, Dagestan comes to me. And then he said that I feel more Dagestani than you do. So what do you make of his training with those guys and saying those things?
So if he believes if Habib FaceTime him, make him wrestling better, I think people should buy time of Habib of FaceTime.
And I don't know if you saw also, but the UFC just signed Kaya Sakura from Ryzen, and there's a lot of people thinking maybe he gets the title shot right away. What do you make of maybe a fighter like that kind of coming into the UFC and immediately inserting himself into the title shot?
Is his son as a flyweight?
That's what they are saying, yeah.
I don't think they give him title straight away. I think maybe between Tatsurov, Taira, Kai, and maybe Pantoja. I don't know. UFC can do what they want. It's not up the rankings. As I was when I came to UFC, I was thinking it's all about beating ranked guys, and it's not about that. It's about who they want to see as a champion.
And then two other quick ones for me. I don't know if you saw, but on November 1st, they're gonna implement some new rules that they approved.
October 1st.
I think it's November.
Okay.
12 6 elbows will be allowed, and they've redefined what a grounded opponent is, where you need more than just your hands. What do you make of these rule changes that I think a lot of fighters think should have been made a long time ago?
If I know a lot of people mention me and Aljo in the comments, but I think if they change rule, we're gonna change our style. So if the rule worked for me against Tim Elliott and Alex Perez, it worked. Now I have to think something different. I won't be in that same position. If they change, it's good.
And then final one, can I get your thoughts on the main and co-main event at UFC 304?
For the main event, I know both of them. I don't want to comment on that, but co-main event, Tom Aspinall taking over.
Muhammad over here, mentioning Tom Aspinall, he was your first jiu-jitsu teacher. What was it like seeing him rise up the ranks and now being the interim heavyweight champion?
Amazing. Tom is a great guy. He deserves everything what he gets on his way.
And your last fight was a tough fight, but an impressive fight against Alex Perez. Wondering what lessons did you take from that fight that you're going to take into your matchup with Manel Kape?
I think that was dropping on my knees to like play safer when I was winning easily, and something that UFC don't want to see. I got this lesson from it.
And my final question, when taking this fight, was there any concern that it may not happen due to Manel Kape's history with weight issues and fight cancellations?
What do you mean?
Was there any concern that this fight wouldn't happen because of his issues with fight cancellations? And
no, I don't think, because I think he will get caught from UFC if he misses weight.
Mo, just here. You're only 23 years of age. You've had like 38 fights, I think, overall in your career, amateur and professional. So you've got bags of experience, like way more than most fighters your age. Has it been difficult trying to stay patient as you try and move your way up this ladder? And, you know, you're facing guys who are in their early to mid-30s most of the time. Has it been tricky to try and stay patient as you work your way up gradually?
You know, I could have just fight once a year, saying like most fighters do. I'm injured, all this. And I was active, and I took toughest challenges in my division. I think I'm ready for all of them. When I was ranked number 10th, I called out Manel Kape. He said, I'm above you in the rankings and all this. Now I'm above him, but He's one of the toughest fighters in the division. I accepted fight against him. He's below me, so I'll always look for the challenge.
If you win this one on Saturday, how many wins away do you think you are from a title shot, or do you think the next one could be a title fight?
Depends how I win. Depends how I win.
Cool. And if it isn't a title fight, is there a name that would make sense for you?
Amir Albazi.
Thanks very much.
Why specifically Amir Albazi?
I don't like this little rat.
What? Did you guys have history back and forth, or in person, or what?
I just don't like him. That's it.
Твой бой из основного карда был перенесен сначала в прелим, а потом в ранние прелимы. Для тебя это плюс, учитывая, как поздно по английскому времени будет начинаться карта?
Для меня вообще нет разницы. Я так поздно спать ложусь. Во сколько выиграть Манела Капе, какая разница?
Ну, то есть в 4 часа утра для тебя подраться не было проблемой?
Вообще нет.
Капе назвал себя лучшим бойцом твоего дивизиона. Как ты можешь прокомментировать? Согласен?
Ну, если он был бы лучшим в моем дивизионе, он выиграл бы хотя бы одного человека из 115. У него 0 побед из 115 с бойцами. Нужно говорить о статистике тоже.
Ты готовился к этому бою в Дагестане. В чем главное преимущество работы там перед Англией, кроме того, что там высокогорье?
Спарринг-партнеры, голодные молодые ребята, которые приходят, помогают, зарубаются так же, как и в боях, и хотят себя проявить в зале. Я работаю с такими.
Тебе уже похожий вопрос задавали по поводу титульного боя. Очень много слухов о том, что он будет в твоем дивизионе в ноябре в Нью-Йорке, Пан тоже будет с Тацурой драться. Если этот бой случится, то твой титульный бой, получается, будет не раньше 25-го года. Ты готов ждать или планируешь провести какой-то поединок еще в этом году?
Я готов подраться даже в октябре в Абу-Даби. Как вы видите, я очень активный боец. Я за 2 года провел 6 боев. Это мой бой. И просто я хочу быть активным. Какая разница, с кем, когда драться?
Даже если это будет бой не за пояс?
Мне без разницы.
И последний вопрос. Ты рассказывал, что болеешь за Анжи, но сейчас в премьер-лигу вышла другая дагестанская команда, Динамо Махачкала. Следишь ли ты за ними?
Нет, Анжи навсегда в моем сердце.
Только Анжи?
Да.
Спасибо, хорошего боя.
Спасибо.
Mohammed,
yep.
Do you have a group of people coming, family or friends from Wigan on Saturday?
From Wigan?
Yeah.
I have couple people, yeah.
Yeah, and how proud, obviously, you're representing not just the UK, but the town and the borough that made you.
Amazing, especially we have like a Wigan youth zone there, and I believe I started there. It looks like just community club, but I'm top 10 in UFC. I started there, and I believe many kids will join that place and get out of from the streets.
And the dream is that somebody watches you on Saturday, gets down to the youth zone and becomes the next Mokaev.
I hope so. I really want kids get off these bikes, knives, crimes, and stuff like this, and get something. Because if you're healthy, if you do some training in your life, your mind become bulletproof. And doesn't matter if you're like professional athlete or you're constructor, you become strong mentally. Yeah. Thank you, guys.
You can drink it. Arnold, it's not the first time you fought in this country, obviously, but it could be one of the first times that you've had to fight at God knows what time in the morning.
Yeah.
How has that affected your preparation? I know you've been asked this already, but how much more is it just a thing that is annoying you because it could have been avoided?
I
think the most annoying thing about it is keep getting asked about it. Nah, it's fucking easy. I just stay up a bit later, go to bed a bit later, wake up a bit later. It's easy, you know. It's inconvenient, that's for sure. Being like McDonald's is probably the only thing that's open 24 hours in this country. That's pretty shit. But other than that, yeah, it's fine. No problem.
Has McDonald's been the nutritional plan for you this camp?
Unfortunately, no. Unfortunately, no. Yeah, I wish.
Last week you shared some medical information I wanted to follow up with. You said you shat an arm. I'm curious if you're worried that'll affect the performance in the fight or if it will help with the weight cut.
I think it's going to be a positive. I didn't shit for about 2 days for some weird reason. And then just suddenly this absolute monster come out of me. And it was quite pleasant.
Sense of pride afterwards?
Yeah, I did it and I took straight to Twitter and I was like, you know what, the people need to know this. Everyone needs to know what's just happened. But I'm not going to like put a photo out there or anything like that, you know?
That's good of you. Thank you for sparing us that. Curious your thoughts on the fight itself. Where are you going to find success? Where's he going to find success? How does the fight go?
Yeah, it's a good fight. We're both two strikers. I like the matchup. It's fun. I think it's a fan-friendly fight. I'm just looking for a fun fight, to be honest.
What do you make of the state of the division right now? Because obviously Ilya just tweeted that he's going to be forced to fight probably Max Holloway. We don't know when. Diego Lopez is making a big splash. Dan Ige fought on like 2 hours' notice. So what do you make of the state of the division right now?
It's cool, man. Featherweight's always been... I'm a bit biased. But it's always been one of my favourite divisions, obviously. Even before I was fighting, though, like watching guys like Jose Aldo, you know, he was so entertaining. He's the whole reason we have a featherweight division in the UFC. So it's always been so fun to watch. But it's obviously bittersweet for the big man Volk. He was so dominant. Maybe made a couple of mistakes in taking those short notice with Mokaev. But I mean, I'm sure his bank account doesn't think it's a mistake. I'm sure that's a positive. But you know, for legacy and career, obviously, I feel he'd probably still be a dominant champion right now if he hadn't made that decision. But Ilya getting the win there has opened up the floodgates, and the division does feel like it's a lot more open. You haven't got Yair Rodriguez and Brian Ortega just sort of sharing title fights, you know.
What did you make of seeing Dan Ige step up on just a handful of hours' notice to take that fight?
Yeah, pretty cool. But I did. Someone suggested there was a bit more, like maybe they knew a bit more, like he had a couple of weeks or something. Like, he did know. That's what someone said, but I don't know. But still, regardless, he couldn't have been dead sure, right? Because Ortega was in. Yeah, very cool. Very cool. Fair play to him.
I don't know if you saw, but on November 1st, they're going to introduce some of the new rule changes.
Oh, yeah. Fuck.
With the 12-6 elbows and redefining the grounded opponent. So what do you make of these new changes?
It would have been nice about 6 months ago if they'd done that. But, yeah, you know, whatever. Yeah, it's good. It's good, I guess.
And then I think I know your answer to this, but can I get your thoughts on the main and co-main of UFC 304?
Yeah, Leon's the man. He's grown so much as a champion. I think he's got better and better. I think you're going to see him be like a dominant champ for a while. Tom, the heavyweight division is crazy, but he looks so good. Every time he's out, he looks like he shocks again, you know. So I feel like those guys are gonna defend their belts.
Arnold, just over here, how motivated are you to make a massive statement in this one, much like you did in the Dan Hooker fight, because you're coming off 2 losses? I know how you felt
Wanker,
about...
someone had to say it, didn't they?
I know how you felt about the last one.
Yeah.
Do you actually feel differently heading into this one?
No, like in my, you know, I don't feel differently. It's another fight. You don't have a bad day. Like, you don't come here and ask a silly question and then you're never going to ask a silly question again, right? You're gonna go back and ask some questions. So you don't go to work and I'm like, oh fuck, I had a shit day today. I ain't ever going back there. Like, you don't think about it. You brush it off. We come back. I'm coming in with a winner's mentality, and yeah, it doesn't change nothing. The pressure is on, but it's always on. Someone's trying to cave your head in.
I know you're only focused on Saturday night, but the featherweight division is absolutely stacked. It's probably the most stacked division in the UFC. And in Manchester, we have Lerone Murphy, who's climbing up the ranks. I think the UK fight fans would absolutely love to see a fight between yourselves at some point. Would that be on the radar?
I'm fighting Giga Chikadze, man. Come on. You see, this is what I said.
Later
You
down the
asked
line.
2 stupid questions. See, I said you're not going to ask one and then come back with another. You did it. You did it.
That's a fair enough thing to
Oh,
ask.
you're meant to do it next week, man.
I'll ask you that on Saturday night after you win. Redeemed it.
Nice one.
Arnold, over here. First question now. What do you make of the Giga kick?
Yeah, it's good. Looks good.
Looking back 6 months ago, what do you take away from the Movsar Evloev fight that you're taking into this fight? Obviously, a different stylistic matchup.
I would have beat him if they changed them fucking rules earlier.
Well,
And the judges.
Well,
Assholes. Not if they're the same guys judging this fight. You're good guys.
final note on Movsar. He is fighting Aljamain Sterling next. Would you like the winner of that fight?
No.
Arnold, on a light note here, how are the Tractor Boys going to get on back in the Premier League?
Ooh, yeah, here we go. Yeah, I'm top half. They're going to finish top half. Top half of the top half, not the bottom half. Yeah.
Do what they did back in, when was it, 2000 when they went up and then got, was it Europa League they got? Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was 2000, right? It was the two, yeah. That's what I'm going with. I'm actually going to put a bet on that. I keep forgetting to do it. I'm not a betting person, but I've got a feeling.
Fair enough.
Arnold, thank you. You have a great team around you, but how has Jason, your nutritionist, helped impact your career?
You know what? He might be a bad omen. Fucking every time I work with him, I've lost. So, no, Jay's the man. Energy, training, and all that. I've been so much better. We're doing a 3-day carb load coming into this week, and I thought he was off his head because I thought he was high or something. He was telling me, he's like, yeah, eat whatever you want on the Monday. You could eat anything. You could have this, and I was like, this guy's fucking with me. And now we're good. The weight's coming off, and we're feeling good. He's the bollocks. He's the first guy to pour ice cold water on my feet while I'm in a sauna, and it feels amazing.
Sweet.
Thank you.
Because you do a lot throughout the whole night, isn't it? Like practically with every single fighter, trying to be your best. That's good. Bright and early on Friday, man. What, before you came? Yeah. Where did you come from? There's literally pure gym. Oh, where do you guys work? Total Sports. Sorry? Total Sports Network. Total Sports Network. Nice. We're from street interviews, so we basically run street interviews for spiral interviews. That's cool. We do it all. We've just been skating. We did Leon to London. Got like 5 interviews, so. Yeah, they're a bit. We did him outside the global just before he did this capsule interview, so it's like, but it's really hard to get. But for us, like, it's not the most important thing. We'll go early to the fight and then we'll be like, got 8, 8, half 8, 10, 10 till 6. That's a bit intense. That's good. Yeah, I guess. Headliners. A couple of people I know are coming up from London. Magnus. It's because the PR wants us to do this. They have it. Don't think that. Not that big. Not that much. Yeah, I think somewhere in some food.
Oh yeah.
Somebody will have booked it out for them. They're probably their management. That's a good idea though. So the people that whatever you want, short 5 minutes. What do you do? What's your job? Leon.
You know, he even came out today and said that, well, not today, and said that if he beats me, which he won't, he's topping GSP. Yeah, I mean, he's like, his boxing coach came out and said he's got same hands as Canelo. He's like, how's going on? He's like, I don't know. It's a weird thing, but it is what it is.
The first time you fought him, you came out like pretty aggressive, you know, really set the forward motion. Was that because you just saw something in him where I don't feel a threat from him, or is it because you had been on the sidelines for so long with COVID and all the rest of it? Why did you fight that aggressively in that fight?
A bit of both. I was believe I'm better than him, you know, so I feel like I am levels above him, and that's the way I fought, and that's the way I'm going to fight on Saturday night. I truly believe I am levels above him, and Saturday night I'll prove that again.
He was in here saying, you know, he's better than Kamari, better than Colby.
Who is?
Belal said that he's better than. Well, you kind of answered my question. When you look at him compared to those two, do you think this is an easier fight?
I don't know. Let's see. You know, I think Kamara's better than him, obviously. But let's see. Like I said, I'm taking him serious because whatever he's using to convince himself to be in the fight, I have to take him seriously, you know. But we'll see. Sunday morning, I'll answer it again.
Leon, Bilal's team are saying that his boxing is on the same level. Have you seen
Canelo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you make of that? And just touching on the hatred vibes that he's been giving off towards you, you seem the complete opposite. You seem like you
Yeah,
couldn't care less.
I don't get it. You know what I mean? I don't where it's coming from. You know what I mean? I haven't said much really, apart from like bantering. And for me, it's all banter. For him, it's like he's taking it deadly serious. You know what I mean? So, as far as the Canelo thing, I think that's like everyone knows. Hey, that's just what the fuck. You know what I mean?
Do you expect him to stand and strike with you for more than a few minutes in the fight, or do you know his game like the back of your hand at this point?
He might try to. You know what I mean? He won't have much success in it. I think everyone knows his game plan would be to come out and try wrestling. But even his wrestling ain't all that really. You know what I mean? He ain't a fucking Khabib or like a GSP. It's Belal. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't know. Let's see.
You mentioned Khabib there. Khabib has supposedly come up with a game plan to beat you, and Belal believes he'll do the same thing to you that Khabib did to Conor McGregor. And
I ain't Conor McGregor and he ain't Khabib. You know, a man like you can't use Khabib to credit yourself. You ain't Khabib. You didn't grow up with Khabib. You probably trained like for a little bit. That's about it. You know what I mean? I've trained with Khabib before. You know what I mean? What does that mean? It means nothing. You know what I mean? And he's using another man's work to gain confidence off his work. But you ain't put that kind of work in, you know?
has your opinions about Khabib changed at all throughout this? You know, with him helping Belal and helping Islam, who wants the belt that you've got right there as well?
No. I think it's still one of the best fighters to do it, you know, and that's it.
Hang on right here. When in the lead up to this, you know, Bilal's used phrases like he's gonna 50-42 you. He's predicting like these dominant decision wins. When you
this like if it was me, I'm like gonna go like mad deluded and shit and just talk random shit. But like I'm gonna fucking knock this guy out and like cut him up and like you want violence in it. If I could like dream in a scenario in my brain, I'll dream violence. I wouldn't dream fucking going to decision. You know what I mean? It's just a weird like thoughts that's going on. You know what I mean?
Well, you also called him the least intimidating person in the entire UFC.
And he is. You know what I mean? Like, he is. Like, there's zero. Like, let's say, like, we're in the street and I saw Belal Muhammad. I wouldn't be afraid of him one bit. You know what I mean? And that's how I look at it. Like, he's not intimidating one bit. You know what I mean? And that's it.
What happened with this run-in with you and him near an elevator or in an elevator?
That I was going up to floor 3. Opened. He was like standing right there in front, and I think he thought in his head that I wouldn't have came into the lift. So I walked straight into the lift and pressed number 3, and that was it. Came out. Then it's weird because in the lift it was mad quiet. And then after the lift opened, everyone's outside. He's like, "Oh, pussy, blah blah blah." I was like, "Bro, why didn't you say all this in the lift when it's just in the lift?" You know what I mean? But I don't know.
Well, he also said he was sizing your brother up in case he hopped over
Oh god, that's funny.
One final one for me, unrelated to this fight. I don't know if you saw, but on November 1st, they're going to introduce these new rule changes they approved with 12-6 elbows will be allowed, and they've redefined what a grounded opponent is. So I'm curious, what do you make of these new rules that...
I think it's good. Because like, if you can do this everywhere else, why not just add that one in as well? So yeah, I think it'd be good to start training that and adding that to my toolbox. I love elbowing anyway, so that'd be a lovely little tool to add.
Leon down here. After your win over Colby, you said you set your sights on becoming the greatest welterweight of all time, obviously surpassing GSP's 9 title defenses. The way the division's lined up, there's contenders like Shavkat Rakhmonov, there's Ian Gary, there's Jack Della Maddalena, and stylistically, you could argue they're better than the fighters that GSP fought in his prime.
Definitely.
So does this kind of make Belal somewhat of like a unwarranted, unnecessary pit stop in the journey to becoming the best welterweight?
No, I feel like all these fights are important. You know what I mean? Like Belal will count just as much as me beating Shavkat, me beating Ian. You know what I mean? Because when it's all said and done, when I'm looking back, I'm on like a 10 fight defense streak. He's part of the 10. You know what I mean? So you have to take him serious, and I am. I did in camp, and yeah.
And do you think he's made any improvements since the first time you fought? Obviously, it was like nearly 3.5 years ago.
I believe so. I believe a little bit improvement, but I feel like skill for skill and just the way his habits are is still the same habits. He still made the same mistakes that he did when we first fought, and I feel like my fights that I've had have prepared me better than what he's had, you know, and that's it.
And I don't know if you said you've seen him say some crazy stuff. He also said that he might deliberately lose the first round to lure you into a false sense of security. What's your thoughts on that?
Belal, it's Belal, isn't it? Belal, being Belal, I guess. So he's gonna come out, lose the first round, and then what?
Torture you, apparently.
After the first round, after he lost the first round. Okay.
Leon, just here, mate. Just going back to what his coach said about him looking like Canelo on the pads. When you're looking at him striking, does anyone pop to mind in terms of he doesn't look like Canelo, but he looks like someone else on the pads?
He's a shitboxer. I don't know who a shitboxer is. Tommy, no, Tommy's a good lad. I don't know. No, I think Jet Pump knocks him out in a boxing match, just pure boxing. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Was there any sympathy for Belal? Obviously, he was in a similar position to you, where he's on this long winning streak and he's kind of knocking on the door for the title shot and he couldn't get it. Was there any sympathy?
No, not really. Not really. I got no sympathy. The game is a game, eh? No one has sympathy for me when I was going for my shit. You know what I mean? So no, not really.
I talked to you about that trick shot the other day. It kind of went everywhere. You're kicking the basketball. But how did that come about?
Just going for a morning jog and the ball came towards me, kicked it and went in. It's a normal day, lads. I don't understand what are you trying to...
I was about to say,
it's a normal...
It kind of has, you remember the Ronaldinho advert, was it for Nike back in the early 2000s where you hit the crossbar? Was it real? Was it...
My one was real. I don't know about Ronaldinho one. Fair play, though.
If you had missed, then you would have essentially just kicked that geezer's ball like a mile away.
Exactly, and it carried on jogging, you know what I mean? So, this is what it is.
Leon, I'm just wondering, being from Birmingham yourself, in the main event, I know you visited...
From Birmingham yourself? God.
You visited Villa Park earlier on. This is the summer now. There would be no better time to do it at Villa Park. I know Dana doesn't necessarily like doing it outdoors in the UK.
Yeah.
Do you think it will ever come to Birmingham? If so, when?
Yeah, 100%. We keep defending him about, and obviously I am the guy, so why not? You know what I mean? Like Villa Park would be perfect to have that in the summer. You know what I mean? I think UK deserves a stadium show. We haven't had one yet, so why not? You know.
On the Schmo, Belal said, and I quote him, "I don't think they're fans of Leon. They're just fans of having a British champion. I don't think they're really Leon fans." When talking about English fans.
Billa also says that the UK fans gonna support him more than me. You know what I mean? So I think he's just like I said, talking and just trying to convince himself. I don't know whatever trying to tell himself to make himself sound better than what he is. You know?
Leon, you were given custom shorts by the UFC right here. You were given custom shorts by the UFC. When did the UFC come to you with that, and did you have any part in the design?
In training camp, Hunter Campbell messaged me and obviously sending me ideas, and I kind of sent him like the Jamaican football jersey, the new one, and said I'll try and make it similar to that one. And yeah, that's what they did.
And 3.5 years ago or so, you were removed from the rankings for inactivity. Now, fast forward, you're the UFC welterweight champion. You're the number 4 pound-for-pound fighter in the world. Talk to me about how crazy these last 3.5, 4 years have been.
It's been crazy. A crazy journey, you know. And like I said at the time, like I was the only one that believed in this dream. You know, I was the only one that, like, even the media was going against me and everyone's going against me, and I'm the only one that stayed solid and believed in my dream. And now here I am living it, you know, and everyone else now jumping on board. You know what I mean? So just make, for me anyway, that journey that I've went on, I probably wouldn't change it for the world. I feel like it made me a better martial artist, physically and mentally, and I think that's the reason why I can come into fight week happy. I can come to fight week myself, because that's who I've been this whole time. You know, I'm happy. You know what I mean? There's no pressure. I don't have to like keep up a character or anything. Just be myself and yeah, just keep dominating.
And my final question: your last 3 fights have been against wrestling-based fighters in Kamaru Usman and Colby Covington. Where do you see Belal maybe having a different kind of style to them that he could pose a threat?
I don't think it'd be different. It'd be similar, because the Kobe's boxing, wrestling. Kamaru is boxing, wrestling. Really, the kick, but not really. The more boxing, wrestling. Belal, same boxing, wrestling. The kicks, but not really. Is the attacks, as far as wrestling goes, similar. You know what I mean? So, I just feel like my path to this rematch is better prepared me for the rematch more than his path to the rematch. You know what I mean? He fought Burns, that was injured. Who else? Luke. Who else? Wonderboy, that's 60 years old. So, Damon Maya, so 60 years old. So, all the people that he's fought, Luke is, I think everyone knows, kind of over the hill now. He had a great career, but he's fighting Nick Diaz next. You know what I mean? So, yeah, I feel like my path was better. Find the pound for pound #1 guy at the time, Kamaru Usman. Not just as a fight, just the camps is what make you better. You know what I mean? And to have these back-to-back camps has improved my game overall. You know.
Leon back here. In order to become champion, you have to overcome what we would call a burn moment, which is just a really tough time in your life. So what do you think is your biggest burn moment that you had to overcome to become the welterweight champion of the world?
In my career?
Just career, life, just in general.
I go career. I don't know, probably like the second Usman fight. Going to Salt Lake City, altitude, ease all the training altitude, winning the first round, body going like getting effective from altitude, and then staying focused until the last round and getting the finish over the pound #1 guy, and then coming back and then beating him again in the rematch. I think just that probably I'll probably say.
Leon, can I just ask about obviously you've been in Belal's position. How does preparation for a fight change if, you know, being the challenger and obviously now being the champion?
I don't think it's changed much. You know what I mean? I've been headlining before I was champion anyway. As far as the work goes in, still 5-5s. I don't think it changes much. I don't believe. You know what I mean? But I also believe that if it's already headlining anyway, now you're just fighting for the belt. It's more pressure, obviously. I don't know whether it's for him or for me, but it's probably more on the line, more pay-per-view points, more money, more all that. There's more on the line. But as far as camp goes, when the work goes, I think it's all similar, you know.
And obviously, you know, since the first fight, you've gone on to do great things. But has that no contest obviously been hanging over you, like for Saturday night, obviously, as well as, you know, your third title defense? Will it be an opportunity to kind of close that chapter and kind of silence Belal once and for all?
Yeah, 100%. Even when I messed up my streak, you know what I mean? Crying. But yeah, I feel like going out there Saturday night, finally shutting them up and just moving on my career, just add to it, you know.
Leon at the back here, mate. All right, pal. Recently we spoke to MVP, and obviously I know that his last fight it didn't go as planned, but he said that a fight between you and him would be like massive for British MMA, especially as an inspiration for where you both come from.
Yeah.
Would you entertain that at any point, and what would he need to do to get that fight with you?
Win first, eh? Like, probably would have, you know, like let's say he did go out there, battered Ian, probably one more, beat Shavkat, then that would be massive in the UK, you know what I mean? But I feel like he's left it too late to make the move over to UFC. I wish he did it a bit earlier, you know, and does it make it to title contender? I don't know. There's a lot of tough guys in the division. Ian's not a great wrestler, you know what I mean? Ian out-grappler you. Ian ain't strong. Ian out-grappler you, you know what I mean? So I feel like, I don't know.
If he was giving it just to make the fight massive in the UK, like almost when people say some people don't deserve it, would you be happy with it? Or
if what, give him a title shot now?
No, not now on a loss, obviously, but like if he was to get a good couple of
let's say it does go out there and like I said, beat these guys that's like meant to be next, then obviously it's gonna be one of the biggest fight in UK history. You know what I mean? So, but you have to put the work in to get there. You can't just say, "Oh, if I was fucking fighting Mike Tyson, it doesn't matter." You know what I mean? You have to actually go out there, win the fights, get yourself in a position where you can fight for the title, then this fight will be massive. You know what I mean?
Leon down here. I don't know if you saw Belal when he went on the Joe Rogan Experience podcast. He opened up as to there goes my camera. Sorry about that. I'll leave it.
Jesus, someone else gone.
No, he basically explained the reason why he was so emotional because he'd obviously previously had eye surgery in there, and he said that he couldn't see. What's your reaction to that? Because we've not actually had the chance to speak to you about that.
I haven't heard that before. What?
No, so he said that he was so emotional about it because
crying?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he'd previously injured his eye and he thought that he was going to be blind.
Yeah, but if you get punched in your face, unless I don't know.
Fair enough. And to off topic, obviously your brother's got a big fight coming up in September 14th.
Yeah.
How do you think that rematch goes?
I think my brother finishes him. I think his improvements in the gym is looking solid, you know. So I'm excited for him to go out there and achieve his dream, become the world champion. You know what I mean? And he ain't got long left. It's September 21st, I think.
14th, I'd say.
Yeah, one of them. And he's looking great, you know. So I'm excited for his career and what he's achieving.
And as a Villa fan, how buzzing were you when Ollie Watkins scored that winner against the Netherlands?
I was very happy. I'm more like a UK fan, to be honest. I enjoy like international football. So I was watching like this camp was great because obviously the thing football was on, and I was having people like that just representing Villa and Birmingham, and yeah, it was good.
Cheers, man.
Are you going to be celebrating your win despite the time difference on Saturday or Sunday morning?
I don't know. I got like a house. I probably like a little breakfast brunch. I don't know. I wish it was like a bit more early, but probably like a little breakfast brunch and get all the boys around, get some pancakes and go from there.
Thank you.
Islam Makhachev wants your belt. It's not a secret. If you will win on the Saturday night, is there any single chance?
When I win on Saturday night, what?
Oh, okay. So is there any single chance that you will fight Islam in October in Abu Dhabi?
I don't think it'll be October because you hasn't spoken to me about nothing or even hint that way. You know what I mean?
But this year?
This year, I don't think it happened this year. But I think eventually, if we both keep going out there and winning and dominating our divisions, then that's a possibility. You know, for me, my own path, I would like to also get a second belt and moving up to middleweight. I think I'm big enough to do that, and that's one of my dreams to go out there and do that. Like I said, I want to top GSP. GSP, I went and won the middleweight strap. So I feel like I have to do all these things that he's done for me to consider myself the best welterweight of all time, you know. So, yeah, if Islam happens eventually, then yeah, it is what it is. But like I said, from my own path, my own journey, I'd like to get me a second bout. Thank you.
Can we get some pictures of you with the belt?
What's your name? Kaz. And remind me of the talk
outside this spot. I'll take a picture. I'll check that. Are you guys coming Saturday?
Yes, sir.
Oh, I'll see you then. Take care. Okay. Okay. Did I tell you I'm not gonna go back in the morning? No. I'm probably told them I'm going to be going now.
Giga, from here. Obviously, you had some time off. You came back. You got that win, and you know we were expecting you to be a little more active after that last performance. So I guess how's life been since your last win?
Life's been pretty good. You know, I have family, kids, now new dog in the family. I live in California. It's been pretty awesome. You know, I had the time. I'm enjoying the time. Unfortunately, of course, yeah, I got injured before Emmett fight, and I believe in this time I should be in a different position. But yeah, we have a fight. We have a very important fight, and here I am.
Were you happy with the name Arnold Allen when they came to you with him?
I wanted someone from higher ranked, obviously, but yeah, I mean he's ranked higher. He's a very strong opponent, and he's been in one of the best in the world. So definitely, yeah, for sure. You know, there's a history too. He couple of times he declined the fight. From 2020, I supposed to fight him. I was a replacement of someone. His opponent got injured, and yeah, he didn't take this fight. So after this, I believe there was one more time offered fight. So he declined my fight against me twice, and finally we're here. He found the right place. I'm in England. You know.
Had you actually started a camp for him, or did he even get to that part in the two previous times?
It was like 8 days, 9 days notice when I was on the roll in 2020. In November, they called me. Actually, end of October, they called me. It was my wife's birthday. We were celebrating in San Francisco with the friends, and I remember that day, like I'm drinking a Georgian red wine, and Ali calls me and, hey, we got a top 10 opponent, short notice next week, and I'm like, let's go. I was super drunk that day. But yeah, next day we heard that he didn't take the fight, but they kept me still on the card. And we got debutant Jamie Simmons as an opponent, and I got the job done.
Did you watch his last fight? Because Dana White said it was one of the most least entertaining fights he's ever seen against
With
Blaydes.
Allen?
Yeah.
And yeah, of course. Yeah. Obviously, I watched all of the fights, and yeah, it was an interesting fight with all the knees. I like the fight. I like about this fight that people think that he won the fight. You know, it's like a very controversial decision and opinion people has, and I believe that puts him in a good position, especially after the rule changes going on and all the stuff. So I'm looking him as an title elimination opponent for me. So This is very important.
So you brought up the rule changes. What do you make of the 12 to 6 elbows and the?
I love it.
So it's going into effect November 1st, apparently.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but you know, yeah, I think it's better for the sport. You know, especially this hand touch and knees. I believe if that rule was the time that Evloev and Allen happened, Allen would be winner in the fight. So yeah, it's a good rule. I like it. It benefits strikers. You know, and you guys know about me.
So how do you see this fight playing out on Sunday morning?
How it's gonna go? He's been saying a lot that, oh, I like to fight strikers. I'm a striker. I want to show my level. It's going to be striking match. Yeah. But then suddenly you see another interview. He's been saying that, oh, Giga was only calling out the strikers. There was a reason. I mean, I'm striker and I like to fight strikers because it's very entertaining for the fans. If the fight's going to go for all the way, you guys gonna enjoy every little second, you know. But I never disagreed to fight someone who was a grappler or wrestler because I believe that guys, when they try to wrestle with me, they just get knocked out faster, you know. So I don't get used to have a time in octagon. So I'm having a less time because I'm gonna knock them out earlier. So hopefully he'll stay and bang because you know English fans, that's what they like, and I'm here to entertain all the English fans. I've been a fan of the England for a long time, of their soccer. I love the England, you know. Manchester, I got in love in soccer. I would say football, but you know, US fans, I want to educate them about what I'm talking about. In 1999, I remember when Manchester United won the finals against the Munich Bayern in like a minute and a half, 2 minutes, with David Beckham's corner, and I believe Sheringham and Giggs scored the goals. So Solskjaer, yeah. And after that, I got in love in soccer. So and I've been following their soccer a lot and a big fan of their teams and Premier League.
So were you happy when they asked you to fight in Manchester?
Yeah. I mean, a couple of Georgian friends are traveling here. You know, I'm super glad my sister and husband and my sister-in-law and her boyfriend, they're gonna be a lot of people is coming, and I'm glad that I'll have some support here too.
And final one for me, can I get your thoughts on the main and co-main event of UFC 304?
I'm gonna leave it as it is. I will be enjoying the show. You know, I like when people get rematches. So both of them are rematches. So right now, I'm gonna concentrate on myself. I don't think about any other fights, brother. I'm really 100% ready for this fight, injury-free, and can't wait.
Giga, you mentioned the injury. What was your rehab process like since December?
With Emmett, so rehab process was I've been going in a lot of different therapies. You know, I've been at True MD with Dr. Satere, with PRP, stem cells. I've been doing CVAC therapy. I've been doing at culture OCs, all the red light therapy and hyperbaric chamber therapy, and yeah, I mean, a bunch of the other stuff. You know, the Dr. Rick, he was awesome, and a chiropractor. Shout out to him as well. So a lot of different therapy sessions I've been doing around where I live, and before I only knew like a couple of spots that I could go, and now I know all of the different spots in LA and Orange County.
And your fellow Georgian, Ilia Topuria, is the featherweight champion. What was it like seeing him win the title?
Man, it was really proud moment as a Georgian, you know, as a Georgian fan. Me, my whole family, a lot of Georgian people. We went in US to support him, and Merab the same day they fought. And it was a historical day because, you know, one thing, I'm still a featherweight and I'm looking for a title in the future. But as a normal, as a human being, you know, from Georgia, you know, that we don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. So when we celebrated our first champion, and it was a very historical day. You know, my son experienced all the Georgian flags inside the octagon and inside the venue, and it was very proud moment. You know.
And my final question: you mentioned your love of football or soccer. Georgia in the Euros, I thought were one of the most entertaining teams to watch. What did you think of them in the Euros?
That was amazing too, man. This year, like I believe it's our year. We got into European Cup first. This was a big moment. Then we got to the first match, first draw, then first winning match against Portugal. Like that's another legendary and historical moment, beating the Cristiano Ronaldo with. You know what's funny? That right after the game, they posted a picture that all the Georgian national team of soccer are mostly very young players, and they have a picture like 10 or 15 years ago with Cristiano when they are like 10 years old, 8 years old, 12 years old. And these kids defeated Cristiano. It was like very, very special moment, you know. And I'm a big fan. With a lot of actually Georgian Soccer Federation president and vice president and their team they're coming Friday to support and attend my fight. I'm really happy with that too.
Just to piggyback on that, talking about Georgia, such a small nation, but a lot of athletic talent. Yourself, lots of fighters, the football team. What is it that makes Georgians such good athletes?
Georgian water, brother. Georgian water coming straight from mountains is very, very unique water. You guys should come. I mean, Georgia as a country, you know, is spiritually there when you grow up. Especially the moments that we grow up coming out from Soviet Union, experienced the wars and hard times, good times. You go inside the Georgia country and you can see that it doesn't matter how poor the people can be there or how in big trouble they could be. We like to celebrate. We are very positive people, and we enjoy every single chance we can celebrate anything, you know. At the same time, we're tough as well because historically we have one of the most wars in the history, and just to keep the territory there and keep the religion there, it was very challenging. And yeah, it made a very solid spirit to every single human being in Georgia, you know. That's what drive us, you know, represent our flag, our country. Because when I moved in US, nobody knew that what was Georgia. Everyone would think I was from Atlanta, and everyone was surprised of my accents. And you're not from Atlanta, that's what I would get. But today, when I walk around in California, everyone knows that when I say that I'm from Georgia, oh, that's Georgia. And I'm very proud to have a little piece in this promotion of the country. You know, I feel like I'm one of the ambassador of the Georgia. You know.
Gamarjoba Giga. This year is good year for Georgian sport so far. So first Georgian champion in UFC, then perfect for Georgian national team performance on Euro Cup. How do you think in the end of the year can Georgia have two champions of UFC?
Absolutely, absolutely. Yeah, we have Merab soon coming, and I believe he's a favorite in this matchup. You know, nothing against O'Malley, just he's very unique fighter too. You know, he has all the hype and he has skills to defeat anybody. But I feel like in this matchup, Merab is in favorite, and his machine style fighting. It's very, very annoying to anybody. You know, I've trained with Merab. I know what it takes to handle Merab. So he's. I feel like we will have very soon 2 champions.
And what are your personal goals for 2024?
Personal goal. Personal goal is to become a champion. You know, personal goal. That's me being here on this table is. Look, I have a very good life. I'm not gonna lie. I have everything what I ask for to the God. You know, I have a family. I have a beautiful house. I have all the financial support what I need at the moment. And the reason I'm here is to become a champion, to be the best, you know. So that's my goal every single year, every single moment, every single chance I have. I'll try to capitalize it for my best. Thank you, guys.